later will read into the record the presence of everyone present here today, but we welcome newly confirmed DFA Secretary Enrique Manalo, and of course all the undersecretaries and the officers. The hearing of the Subcommittee G of the Committee on Finance is called to order. Our agenda for today is a proposed 2023 budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies. As I said, the presence of our colleagues, our senators who are online, we see Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. Yes, we acknowledge your presence. And is there anyone yet online? Later we will acknowledge. So our committee secretary, Ms. Terry Mirasol, will read the names of our guests after I read my opening statement. So our sincerest gratitude to the DFA. At the height of the pandemic, the department worked tirelessly to ensure the safe return of our kababayans. And with a vow to leave no one behind, the DFA repatriated over, it is correct, 461,263 OFWs from all around the world. So we applaud, of course, the department's efforts to promote the welfare of our OFWs. We also applaud its work to develop strong international ties and, of course, the protection of the nation's interests. So as we all know, it is a critical time for our country. Major challenges await us, including combating the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, rising to the challenge of the climate crisis, and strengthening cultural diplomacy, and supporting the global economic recovery, and facing all the issues of national security and regional security as well. In an increasingly interconnected global landscape, it is imperative now more than ever that we strengthen our nation's foreign relations. However, as you face these challenges, know that you are not alone. I share your commitment to an independent and friendly foreign policy and your desire to forge productive alliances with other nations. As your former chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, I was always ready and willing to sponsor international agreements and treaties submitted to the Senate for concurrence. And as your former chair of the Finance Committee, we always endeavored to ensure that the department's needs and requirements were met and provided for. So today, as your senior vice chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, we once again stand before you as an ally and as a friend. I've always been and will always be a partner of the DFA. Former Speaker, now Senator once again, Alan Cayetano, when he was DFA Secretary, I think fondly called me the ninang of the DFA, even at the time of Secretary Teddy Locsin, because really it was during our time that there were many challenges, but we were able to provide the support for this, which the current chair also does, Senator Angara. Of course, it is important not only to project a strong image in the international community for our country, but also to facilitate trade and commerce and cultural and diplomatic relations, but also for meeting the needs of our kababayans here at home and abroad. We need to work together if we are to strengthen the position of the Philippines in the international community. We must continue to work for progress, nation building, and the faithful adherence to the pillars of Philippine foreign policy. So I have had a pre-hearing briefing, which was quite interesting. And I thank the DFA for going out of your way to conduct that. But we will listen for the record the DFA for its presentation. But before that, we ask the committee secretary to read into the record the presence of all the officers. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. In attendance for today, physical attendance, Secretary Enrique Manalo, Undersecretary Carlos D. Soreta, Undersecretary Eduardo Jose A. De Vega, Undersecretary Maria Teresa Lazaro, Assistant Secretary Henry Binsorto, ASEC Paul Raymond Cortez, Assistant Secretary Sulpicio Confiado, Director General Jose Maria Carino, Chairperson Alternate Head Lilibeth Dea Pera, Ms. Maureen Gatdula, Assistant Secretary Domingo Pino Lasco, Assistant Secretary Grace T. Cruz Fabella, Assistant Secretary Nathaniel Imperial, Assistant Secretary Maria Angela A. Ponce, Assistant Secretary Raul S. Hernandez, Senior Special Assistant Adrian Bernie Candulada, Deputy Assistant Secretary Gunther Sales, Director Ralph Abarquez, Executive Director Mersole Miliahor, Lance Justin Calob, Elroy Rendor or Katrina Bartolo, David Bien Paje, Charmaine Guevara, Rene Fajardo, Franz Jed Aliander Ramos, Joarlene Espiritu. And virtual attendance are as follows: Deputy Assistant Secretary Gunther Sales, Assistant Secretary Gina A. Hamuralin, Deputy Assistant Secretary Maika Magnolia Fisher, Deputy Undersecretary Hans Mohaimin Seriban, Director Robert Quintin, Deputy Assistant Secretary Christian De Jesus, Deputy Assistant Secretary Christopher Patrick Aro, Mary Ann Faigao, Milagros Otencio, Manuel Sosimo Almira, Lawrence Wilfred Dumadag, Victor Villanueva, and from DBM, Director Maria Ann de la Vega, Miss Maria Aleli Plazuela, Janice Hala, and Aroma Ditera. From DBM, Miss Monique Briones. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. All the names that you read, ComSec, present today, or the others are online?
Present in physical attendance and others are online.
Virtual and physical
Yes,
presence.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We now acknowledge Secretary Enrique Manalo for your opening statement, or would you like to go directly to the presentation, sir?
I'll just go straight to the presentation.
May we request that? Is this the same presentation as the briefing I had? Similar?
Similar, very similar.
Yes, okay. I understand that we still have to go through the process because, so that it's on the record. Yes, thank you. And I will no longer ask questions, maybe just a few later on. I will hopefully never interrupt the presentation and just, I request my staff to take notes if I have questions so that we have a smooth flow. Thank you. So once again, welcome to all of you. We're here to support your budget. And please proceed, Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Following your words, I'll try and see how I can shorten my presentation since much of this was already.
It's okay. You don't have
That's
to
okay.
shorten it. We want to learn as much. And I'm sure all my colleagues will be happy to see your presentation. That's okay. We have the whole day, Mr. Secretary.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Senator Lauren Lagarda, Senior Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, and the honorable members of the committee. I have the honor this morning to present the DFA's proposed budget for 2023. But before doing so, I just wish to thank you, Madam Chair, for your opening statement, and also thank you for your well-known support for the DFA throughout all the years. The DFA is now run by 227 officers and 676 regular staff stationed in the headquarters in Manila, our 36 consular offices across the country, and 94 foreign service posts. The men and women of DFA subscribe to the highest standards of integrity, competence, and professionalism as they fulfill their daily mandates to uphold the country's sovereignty, territorial integrity, contribute to nation-building efforts, protect Filipinos abroad, and enhance the country's standing in the international community. The DFA continued delivering on this mandate even during the pandemic. Despite or because of the restrictions on travel and face-to-face interactions, the DFA intensified its efforts to fulfill its duty, which required creativity and novel approaches. As we finally begin to emerge from the pandemic, the DFA is embarked on a catch-up mode to make up for lost time, building upon the innovations set up during the interim. This proposed budget reflects the work that the DFA has embarked upon and would like to continue in the coming year. Madam Chair, the DFA proposes a budget of 20.304 billion pesos for next year. This amount is approximately 2.5% less than this year's budget of 21.051 billion pesos and represents a mere 0.39% of the proposed national budget for 2023. I wish to note that in 2020, the year when the pandemic started, the DFA returned over a third of its budget for that year to the National Treasury. Since then, our budgets for the succeeding years, 2021 and 22, decreased. However, this did not mean that our work also decreased. On the contrary, we saw a sharp rise in demand for consular and assistance to national services in the same period. In addition, the department had to contend with new challenges brought about by the pandemic. Therefore, for the past 2.5 years, we had to do much more with less. The budget proposal of the DFA for 2023 will fund the operations of our home office, 94 foreign service posts, and 36 consular offices, which altogether serve 10.69 million Filipinos overseas in 195 countries and territories, and millions more here at home. Madam Chair, more than 2 years into the pandemic, the DFA remains committed to fulfilling its mandate to uphold Philippine sovereignty and sovereign rights, contribute to national economic development, protect the rights and attend to the welfare of overseas Filipinos, promote Filipino culture, and enhance the nation's standing in the global community. Under the direction of President Marcos, we will continue to pursue an independent foreign policy while maintaining good relations with our neighbors and international partners. As the President said in his first SONA, quote, "The Philippines shall continue to be a friend to all and enemy to none," unquote. The DFA shall faithfully carry out this marching order in all its undertakings. Allow me to update the Committee on Appropriations on the DFA's latest accomplishments. As a maritime nation, the Philippines recently commemorated the 6th anniversary of the award on the South China Sea arbitration. The award and affirmation of UNCLOS's dispute resolution mechanisms conclusively settled the status of historical rights and maritime entitlements in the South China Sea or West Philippine Sea. It declared as without legal effect claims that exceed geographic and substantive limits of maritime entitlements under UNCLOS. It also upheld the Philippines' sovereign rights and jurisdiction in its exclusive economic zone. This milestone decision should serve as an inspiration for how disagreements should be resolved. This year also marks the 20th anniversary of the 2002 Declaration on Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, also known as DOC. The Philippines, together with other ASEAN member states and China, continues to reaffirm its commitment to the full and effective implementation of DOC. Several initiatives are being proposed to commemorate the 20th anniversary, including the proposed issuance of a joint statement on the DOC as an outcome document of the 25th ASEAN-China Summit in November this year. The Philippines persistently urges all parties to exercise self-restraint, uphold international law, especially UNCLOS, and create a conducive environment for the ongoing negotiations on a code of conduct, also underscoring the 2 decades of the DOC implementation has not stopped coercive activities in South China Sea. Therefore, an effective and substantive code of conduct on the South China Sea remains our goal. With regard to the oil and gas cooperation in the West Philippine Sea, the DFA looks forward to working with the Department of Energy and other departments on future activities that will be anchored on the Philippine Constitution and with the national interest as the primordial consideration. The DFA has continued to advance the country's other priorities in ASEAN. At the recently concluded 55th ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting, the DFA raised key concerns such as the aforementioned arbitral award and the importance of maritime cooperation. We also actively engaged on issues on the South China Sea, the crisis in Myanmar, post-COVID-19 pandemic recovery, the ongoing conflict in the Ukraine, climate change, terrorism, and cybersecurity. In the United Nations, the DFA continues to advance Philippine interests. Last week, I joined the President in the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, where he advocated for solidarity, sustainability, and science as the tools to face the transcendent challenges of our time. I also headed the Philippine delegation representing the country's 3rd voluntary national review at the UN headquarters in New York, where I reported on the progress of the Philippines' implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The key message of my presentations was that while the devastating effects of the pandemic set us back on some of our development goals, they also led to innovations that will help us get back on track. The DFA helped secure a seat for NAMRIA Deputy Administrator Efren P. Carandang at the UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf for a 5-year term beginning 2023. The elections held in June this year. The CLCS is a body of UNCLOS tasked to consider and recommend to states the outer limits of their continental shelves beyond the 200 nautical miles from the baselines. It is of strategic importance to the Philippines because if properly harnessed, it can contribute significantly to our goal of making the South China Sea a sea of peace, stability, and prosperity. The DFA also participated in the International Migration Review Forum, where we reported on the accomplishments on the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. Among the highlights was when we informed the forum of the enactment of the RA 11641, which established the Department of Migrant Workers, making the Philippines the first country in the world to mandate the realization of the objectives of the GCM, or the Global Compact. We also highlighted the government's initiatives to protect migrant workers through its campaign to reform the kafala system, repatriation efforts, and our assistance to stranded migrants and tourists at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, we also continue to reinforce and enhance our bilateral relations. These efforts continued and even intensified during the pandemic because we recognize that good relationships with our bilateral partners were essential in dealing with the effects of the pandemic and overcoming new and emerging threats to global stability. In the past year, we held political and economic consultations with a number of bilateral partners. Let me just highlight a few of these consultations. Last August, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and I talked extensively about the deep and multifaceted alliance between the United States and the Philippines. We touched on a wide range of issues and concerns, from strengthening our cooperation to better address current and emerging security threats and cross-cutting challenges in our post-pandemic world. As well as we noted the readiness of the U.S. to work closely with the current administration while advancing our shared objective of promoting peace and prosperity in the region. These points were also highlighted when President Marcos met President Biden last week in New York. Last July, we welcomed a visit by China's State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who was the first foreign minister received by President Marcos. Foreign Minister Wang Yi and I agreed to shift our bilateral relations to higher gear by strengthening and expanding economic ties and reviving people-to-people exchanges as we move to a post-pandemic normal. We acknowledge that the current maritime issues in the South China Sea should be addressed through diplomatic means and peaceful consultations, as well as through the negotiations on a code of conduct for the South China Sea. During Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit, the Samal Island Davao City Connector Bridge Project, a key government-to-government cooperation project between the Philippines and China, was launched. The Philippines also hosted the Indian Minister of External Affairs, Jai Shankar, last February, and this was also followed by a visit to India in April by former Secretary Teodoro Locsin Jr. Matters pertaining to security, health, science, and technology, as well as maritime cooperation, were discussed. India and the Philippines also agreed to upscale cooperation in agriculture, pharmaceutical, science and technology, culture, education, and tourism, as well as defense. We also agreed to explore partnerships in financial technology, space cooperation, as well as renewable energy. We also had meetings with Australia. I had a phone meeting with the new Australian Foreign Minister just last month. And the Philippines also held a second maritime dialogue with Australia and agreed to strengthen cooperation in maritime issues, especially on fisheries and environmental protection, as well as maritime science. We also exchanged views on maritime legal issues, especially with respect to the South China Sea, where we focused on the primacy of the UN Convention of the Law on the Sea. I also held two substantive phone calls with the Foreign Minister of Japan recently, and we also discussed a broad range of areas where the Philippines and Japan should cooperate, especially on defense and security, as well as economic and development cooperation and trade. Madam Chair, the Philippines also, along with the rest of the world, is now on its way to recovering from the pandemic. Our economic recovery hinges on learning to live with and managing the effects of COVID-19 and its variants. At the height of the pandemic, the DFA contributed to the national pandemic response by facilitating vaccine procurement and assisting our displaced and overseas Filipinos. Through the efforts of our foreign service posts, we acquired vaccines from Japan, China, the United Arab Emirates, Australia, Russia, and the United States, among other donors, directly or through the COVAX facility. As of September 14, 2022, the DFA has assisted in the facilitation of international humanitarian assistance from 19 foreign governments and 7 other entities, 5 international organizations, as well as 49 private companies, groups, and individuals. It has assisted in obtaining flight clearances and in the issuance of visas to foreign technical experts involved in the COVID-19 related procurement of the Philippine Red Cross and to the Asian Development Bank grant to the Department of Health. The DFA also facilitated the processing of Japan's grant, aid, and loan assistance to support the Philippine response to COVID-19. The current total monetary value of the international humanitarian assistance towards the country's pandemic response that the DFA helped process is approximately $23.4 million US. Madam Chair, the first COVID-related repatriation was on 9 February 2020, when the DFA chartered a flight that brought home 30 overseas Filipinos from Wuhan, China. Since then, and as of 25 September 2022, the DFA has facilitated the repatriation of 462,065 Filipinos who had to return home because of the pandemic. Land-based workers made up the majority of the repatriates, with 356,062, or about 77%, coming from at least 90 countries around the world. The remaining repatriates of about 106,000, or almost 23%, were seafarers who were working in about 150 cruise ships, oil tankers, and other bulk vessels. The DFA has also begun the work of preparing for the transition of its mandate regarding the protection of migrant workers to the Department of Migrant Workers. and we have almost daily engagements with the new DMW in this regard. Nevertheless, until the DMW is fully operational, the DFA shall continue to deliver assistance to nationals or ATN services through all its foreign service posts and their attached agencies under the one country team approach. Recently, the DFA's Office of the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, or UMWA, brought home 350 undocumented and distressed OFWs from Kuwait. With regard to the situation in Sri Lanka, the DFA, through the Philippine Embassy in Bangladesh, has repatriated 70 Filipinos out of 114 who signified their intent to return.
So, Secretary,
Yes.
just a 1 minute interruption.
Sure.
Secretary, may I manifest that Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also joining us online. He was with us in the beginning. Senator Robin, we welcome you, your virtual presence, and of course the physical presence of the Minority Leader, the former chair of the Committee on Foreign Relations. We welcome Senator Coco Pimentel. Please proceed. Robin, Senator Robin, you're online, right? Yes. We welcome you. Yes, we just listen first, and you can ask any questions, Senator Padilla. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the honorable members of the committee. With regard to Sri Lanka, the DFA, through our embassy in Bangladesh, repatriated about 70 Filipinos out of 114 who had signified their intent to return. And from 19 to 21 August this year, the Philippine Embassy distributed $300 of financial assistance to each of the 500 Filipinos, some of whom stand to lose their jobs because of the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. But we have also been assured by the president of Sri Lanka, who met the president yesterday, that the situation is returning to normalcy in Sri Lanka. From February to June 2022, the DFA assisted a total of 451 overseas Filipinos in Ukraine. Out of this number, 397 have been repatriated to the Philippines, while the remaining 54 who were evacuated or fled to other European countries. UMWA has coordinated the repatriation with the Philippine embassies in Warsaw and Budapest. As of 25 September 2022, the DFA has utilized 624 million pesos out of the 1 billion peso ATN fund. This translates to a 62.45% utilization rate. Some 100,030 overseas Filipinos benefited from the fund that covered repatriation, welfare and medical assistance, shipment of remains, as well as the conduct of OFW conferences, maintenance of shelters, as well as the administrative expenses of ATN offices. We have also dispersed almost 128 million pesos out of the 200 million peso legal assistance fund to 4,365 beneficiaries. Our mandate to uphold our nation's standing in the global community, I'm pleased to share with the committee that the Philippines, for the 7th consecutive year, maintained its Tier 1 status in the U.S. Department's Trafficking in Persons report for 2022. This is a testament to the Philippines' commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights. The Philippines' ranking acknowledges our relentless and comprehensive effort to prevent trafficking in persons, protect victims, and prosecute the perpetrators. And we will continue our work with other IACAT member agencies, as well as our partners in civil society and the international community, to ensure, enhance, and improve policies, legislation, and mechanisms to reduce trafficking in persons. Madam Chair, the DFA also continued to provide consular services, even at the height of the pandemic. With the gradual loosening of the pandemic restrictions, we anticipate an increase in demand for services. This is evident in the numbers for the first half of 2022. 2,866,650 passports have been issued from January to 31 August 2022, compared to 2,530,085 issued for the entirety of 2021. The same trend can be observed in visa, authentication, and civil registry services. Making passports available and accessible to every Filipino has always been the priority of the DFA. Hence, in the midst of the pandemic, we launched temporary off-site passport services, known as TOPS, to help address the increased demand in passport services, focusing on simple passport renewals. As of June this year, there are 20 operational TOPS throughout the country, and 7 of which were opened earlier this year. As part of our efforts to enhance the global standing and credibility of the Philippine passport, the DFA proposes to transition to the third generation e-passport booklets. To do this, amendments to the Passport Act of 1996 would be necessary. This transition aims to render passport processing seamless and convenient and make the production and security features of the Philippine passport at par with world standards and the latest technological advancements. The rollout of the new booklet will fulfill the recommendations made by the House of Representatives in 2017. The DFA has also maintained its quality management system under the ISO standards based on the external audit last December by an independent ISO certifying body. The certification covers the passport, authentication, and visa application services of the Office of Consular Affairs in the Asiana Building and its consular offices in the NCR. The Assistance to National Services in the Office of Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, or UMWA, and all other support services provided by DFA home office units. Madam Chair, I also wish to report to the committee that the DFA, through its foreign service posts, presided over the highest voter turnout in overseas voting history in terms of both number of votes, 671,329, and percentage, 39.56%. For comparison, the voter turnout in the 2016 presidential elections was 432,706 voters, or 31.45%. I'm also happy to share that the DFA has designated an all-career lineup of undersecretaries to oversee the various offices in the department. The current roster of senior management officials demonstrates the department's commitment to providing professional advice to the President as the chief architect of our foreign policy. Madam Chair, the DFA had hoped to open more posts and consular services to serve the millions of Filipinos requiring our services. There's also a plan to rebuild our rundown headquarters, as well as some foreign service posts. Improved headquarters and foreign service posts conditions will provide our Foreign Service Corps the proper working environment that it needs to deliver the high-quality work that it is capable of doing. Madam Chair, the men and women who constitute the Department of Foreign Affairs are the finest in the civil service, and I am deeply proud to serve with them. On their behalf, I seek your support in granting the Department of Foreign Affairs the budget that it needs to be able to do what is expected of it and even beyond that. An adequately funded DFA would enable its highly competent officers and staff to protect and advance our national interests here and abroad and secure for the country its place as a responsible, reliable, progressive, and peace-loving member of the international community. With your permission, Madam Chair, may I ask DFA Assistant Secretary for Fiscal Management Services, Ms. Buster Sulpicio Confiado, to present the details of our budget proposal. The DFA's attached agencies will thereafter make their own presentations. And Madam Chair, may I also, in a separate point, also wish to thank you for filing and supporting the DFA retirement bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Do we also have the attached agencies to make the presentations?
Yes.
Do we have the attached agencies as well?
We're all here.
Yes.
Yes.
May we hear the attached agencies? Will they make their own presentations?
I thought I would
ASEC
he'll
first.
give details of the budget
Okay,
proposal.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, Senator Pimentel, Senator Padilla, other members of the subcommittee. The officers and staff of the DFA join join Secretary Manalo in conveying our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the chairperson and to the other members of the committee for your continuing support for the Department of Foreign Affairs. Slide 2, please. Despite the limitations in its budget, slide 2, please. Despite the limitations in its budget, DFA is among the top revenue-generating agencies of the Philippine government. For almost a decade, DFA has ranked 6th or 7th among non-DOF agencies in terms of fees and charges. The collection effort is ahead of the SEC, ERC, PSA, and PRC. While the COVID-19 pandemic affected the revenues in 2020 and 2021, we are confident that we have nearly reached the collection efforts in 2019, just in the first half of 2022. The bulk of these revenues are from our foreign service posts. In this particular slide, we have identified the top 3 generating posts in 4 of our key geographic areas. In the Americas, that's Los Angeles PCG, San Francisco PCG, and Toronto PCG. In Europe, that's London PE, Milan PCG, and Rome PE. In the Middle East and Africa, that's Dubai PCG, Riyadh PE, and Abu Dhabi PE. And in Asia, we have Singapore PE, Hong Kong PCG, and Kuala Lumpur PE. At home, OCA Asiana remains the top source of revenue. DFA is able to translate its budget for consular services very, very effectively. In FY 2018 and 19, the total BUR or budget utilization rate of the offices and foreign service posts, the provision of consular services, including issuance of passports and other documents, are 97.65% and 95.99% respectively. As of 31 August 2022, BUR for consular services has reached 81.14%, exceeding our 2020 and 2021 BUR. Under Republic Act 8239, or otherwise known as the Philippine Passport Act of 1996, the DFA is also authorized to collect fees for the processing and issuance of passports requiring special consideration. This accrues to a revolving fund which has been used and continue to be used to improve passporting and consular services of the department. While the pandemic impacted the collections in 2021, the PRF is now recovering for the first semester of this year. However, despite the collection effort of the agency, DFA's budget in 2023 National Expenditure Program is only 0.39% of the national total. While the national budget grew to 5.268 trillion, the budget of the DFA and its attached agencies decreased from 21.701 billion to 20.303 billion, representing a budget cut in absolute and relative terms. The department notes that from 2017 to 2021, the average BUR of DFA is 87%. Despite its comparatively meager budget, the department has shown that it is capable of pursuing its diplomatic goals while even improving its contributions to the national coffers. Indeed, while DFA has been receiving budget cuts, our collection efforts have been increasing. In sum, for this year, for the coming year 2023, the total budget of DFA and its attached agencies amount to a total of 20.303 billion pesos. Net of retirement and life insurance premium, DFA OSEC's budget is 20.175 billion. The Foreign Service Institute at 65.716 million. The Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines at 3.083 million. The UNESCO National Commission at 22.743 million, and the Presidential Commission for Visiting Forces at 37.251 million. In terms of expense class for DFA OSEC's budget, PS personal services is at 40.8%, MOE at 53.9%, and capital outlay at 5.1%. This larger ratio of MOE and capital outlay shows that the department spends more on its operation than the upkeep of its personnel. For our big ticket projects, assistance to nationals and legal assistance remain at 1 billion and 200 million respectively. The International Commitments Fund is 2.297 billion, and the budget for overseas voting is now at 43.414 million. And while the budget for the e-passport booklets amounting to 3.839 billion was given in accordance with the MAYOA dated 20 July 2015, given to the department, it was done so by reducing the consular operations funds of the Office of Consular Affairs and some of our FSPs. The Office of Consular Affairs and some foreign service posts will now operate with a budget that is 503 million pesos lower than this year. The Office of Consular Affairs and the Home Office will see a budget cut in its operations in the amount of 268.543 million. We hope that the honorable members of this committee would appreciate that the DFA already operates on a limited human resource complement, having only 2,866 filled regular positions to serve in the Philippines and in the 94 foreign service posts. This means that for every personnel at post, 7,175 Filipinos are being served. In the Americas, we serve 5,126,781 overseas Filipinos. 2,290,787 in the Asia-Pacific region, 535,570 in Europe, and 2,415,717 in the Middle East and Africa. Indeed, the DFA is able to do much with less. In 2021, DFA was able to obligate 82.25% of its allotment and disburse 77.96%. By expense class, DFA is on track to meet high utilization with the following obligation rates as of 31 August 2022. 82.72% for personal services, 65.62% for maintenance and other operating expenses, 76.46% for FINEX, and 90.65% for capital outlay. As of 31 August of this year, DFA has already obligated 74.71% of its allotment. For our big ticket projects, our BOR is also on track. Assistance to nationals and legal assistance are now at 56.97% and 56.82% respectively as of 12 September 2022. The building fund program is also at 89% as we expect the construction of our new chancery in Singapore. We hope that with these figures, the department has shown that its absorptive capacity has recovered this year, and that with a much bigger budget, we can do much more in service of our overseas Filipinos. As such, what the DFA needs for FY 2023 is additional budget to fortify our capacity and meet recovering demand for consular services. Not only has DFA shown that it is capable of translating its budget to tangible outcomes, but additional budget and funding for strategic projects are important to improve our services and protect our interests. As we noted earlier, we also request that the budget for consular operations of the Office of Consular Affairs, amounting to 268 million, and for our foreign service posts amounting to 275 million be restored. With a spike in revenue collections for the first half of 2022 alone, we expect demand for our consular services to rebound. And that when that happens, we hope that we will have the resources to bolster our capacity to provide such services. To further bolster the capacity of the department to meet its demand, we're also requesting 136 million pesos for the continued operation of 20 temporary off-site passport services. The operations of our TAPs proved essential during the pandemic as it brought the DFA closer to the people. Secondly, continuing this vein of service to our Filipinos overseas, the continued employment of local hires or nationals in the host country remain crucial in the operational readiness of the department. Considering the right-sizing efforts of the government, as well as the current limitations in the deployment of organic personnel, the engagement of our local hires provides the department with the support that all our foreign service posts need in terms of the vital services of translators, interpreters, and other technical staff. Number three, we also request an increase in the building fund by 1.389 billion among our Tier 2 proposals. Our chanceries and official residences are crucial in projecting and protecting the Philippine image in the global stage. Based on the department's assessed requirements for renovation, acquisition, and upkeep, the department will need 2.198 billion in total. With the changing global economy, such as the increasing interest rates outside of the Philippines, the cost of many properties have quickly outpaced DBM's 3% inflation rate. Number four, DBM has also yet to increase the corresponding budget of the Office of Civilian Security, which was already created through an OSCA. This amounts to only 6.02 million. Funding for this office is crucial because the OCS was created precisely to help the department enhance its capability and response to cross-cutting issues such as counterterrorism, other transnational crimes, international humanitarian assistance, particularly in the context of disaster risk reduction and management. And finally, the department is also seeking a budget of 29 million for the promotion of the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award. This budget provides for the campaign approach to gain and solicit stronger support from members of the international community for the rule of law which the Arbitral Award represents. Madam Chairperson, these Tier 2 proposals in turn cost a total of 2.384 billion, and it will increase the 2023 budget of DFA OSEC to 22.559 billion, or an 11.82 increase from its SNEP levels. This will bring the DFA budget to 0.43% of the total national budget, restoring the department's proverbial slice of the pie to its 2022 levels. These Tier 2 proposals in turn cost in addition to restoring lost funding, the DFA also notes the importance of special provisions for the execution of its budget. First, the DFA Working Fund. The DFA proposes the inclusion of the clause and other items classified as unserviceable, as motor vehicles are not the only items liquidated by post. Number two, special provision on the Passport Revolving Fund. The department proposes the removal of the clause and augment the requirements for the purchase of passport booklets to make this provision consistent with the Philippine Passport Act. On special provision 4 on the passport booklets, instead of utilizing the PRF to augment the purchase of passport booklets, revenues in excess of target collections would be utilized as part of the unprogrammed fund. On the building fund, inclusion of Clause E is necessary due to the longer project cycle of infrastructure projects. To assure the department of greater flexibility and ensure completion of projects within the longer fund validity of 2 years. On Special Provision 7 on the benefits for alien or local hire employees, considering the DBM's move to shift the budget of local hires from PS to MOOE, it is important to flag this MOOE as mandatory to shield it from its budget cuts and protect the foreign service posts from potential labor disputes and legal actions arising from unmet employment obligations. On Special Provision 10 on long-term lease of motor vehicles, the department proposes that instead of a 2-year lease period, a 3-year lease period be considered instead to account for standard terms of lease in most countries overseas. This will also be more economical through the more affordable rates that such contract would attract. Madam Chairperson, the NEP for 2023 also saw the removal of special provisions that are crucial in the department's operations. This includes the rental of Philippine chanceries, consular offices or official residences, quarters, privileges, and tax refunds of foreign service posts. And finally, DFA proposes a special provision that will allow the modification of allotments between diplomatic and consular ATN programs without increasing the total appropriations of each PAPs. And we can do much with less. The DFA certainly could do more with those additional funding. To our proposed budget increases, these Tier 2 projects and its amendments to special provisions, the department can better project its status in the global arena and better serve our constituencies both at home and overseas. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Confiado. Secretary, do we have other presentations? You have covered all the attached agencies as well?
I think our attached agencies, they're FSI. I was wondering, Madam Chair, if rather than make the presentation, whether you would just have questions to our attached agencies? You would prefer that?
As for me, I already listened to their presentation during the briefing. And yes, if they are not ready with individual attached agencies presentation, if the minority leader will agree, we can discuss the DFA's budget and just ask questions, if any, on the attached agencies.
I think the presentations are for the benefit of the member of the Senate, no? So I'm not the only one present here, so maybe those online still need to see the presentations. Matagal ba? Ano ba?
Okay.
How
many attached
agencies?
Dapat lang naman
For the visiting forces, the TCCP.
Is this not already mentioned? It is already in my
Yung
hard
ano lang, ma'am,
copy.
yung amount
Unacom,
lang.
It's just the amount,
Yeah.
yes. So what do we have? Can someone, Secretary, what are the attached agencies for the question of the minority leader?
Well, we have the Foreign Service Institute, the
Foreign FSI,
FSI,
yes.
TCCP,
Just
Technical
only the Secretary will answer, please. Yeah.
TCCP,
I'm sorry.
TCCP,
What
the
is that, sir?
Technical Cooperation Council.
Technical cooperation.
Yeah.
Yes. What is the other one?
UNACOM,
UNACOM,
yeah,
which is in charge of UNESCO,
UNESCO.
right? Okay.
and is VFA here? No. VFA,
What is that?
VFA Visiting Forces.
Yes, yes. Kasi ako narinig ko na, but the minority leader is correct. This is to put everything on record, and so that even the first-term senators will know the attached agencies and the roles. So may we have their presentation, please? They had the presentation during the briefing with me. Are they ready? Yes, they must be ready. Who knows? The minority leader might want to have an amendment for the FSI, for example, right? Yes, that's true. So briefly, please. Thank you.
Shall we, could I request then the FSI first to make the? Okay.
Can I have our slides, please? Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir. Well, let me just start in short that the Foreign Service Institute is the research, publication, training arm of the Department of Foreign Affairs. as the research arm, we handle practically all possible topics that are useful for us to create or to submit to the secretary and the other offices possible courses of action for the DFA. And as far as our publication is concerned, we print whatever are the results of our researches. And we distribute this to all our posts abroad, to members of the Senate, a few members of the Congress, libraries, and think tanks, the National Library, and other related agencies in the Philippines. We have a very small budget, and
Let me just interrupt,
yes, ma'am.
Director Carino. Even if agencies have small budgets, you have important mandates. So we would appreciate it if each agency, no matter how small, you can be big. But you have to let us know your mandate and your needs. As I said, I'm very familiar with the mandate and the work of attached agencies. But you would be surprised, even the smallest agencies, sinusuri namin ang budget so that we can help you. So you should be prepared. So the minority leader is asking the attached agencies for a presentation. If the attached agencies do not have a presentation, would the minority leader agree to just a verbal explanation to their mandate?
I think he's ready, ma'am. Hindi yata ready yung technician.
Okay,
I
yes.
think he's ready. Was waiting for his slides. Pero importante po kasi because the claim is that the DFA, the Foreign Service, and of course the attached agencies, the claim is you can do more with less. That's why we need the presentation. Kasi sabi mo, with 65 million peso budget, this is what we did. This is what we accomplished. So we will be impressed with the doing more with less.
Recall, during my last term, the FSI was always discussed in plenary. It was former Senator Gordon who would always ask about the use of, let's say, Arabic, the training in various languages. And because of those interpellations, I increased their budget. So it is to your benefit, sirs, ma'am, to present each and every agency, no matter how small. Nadadagdagan po kayo dahil yan ang mahalaga eh. Sige. So let's proceed with the attached agencies, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. In fact, we are very grateful for all the additional budget that you have given us. And we did try to do a lot with very little. In fact, well, this is the mission. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. This is our training, the Carlos P. Romulo School of Diplomacy, and we train all our personnel, especially those who are about to be posted abroad. And because of the generosity of Senator Lagarda, we were able to build a modern language laboratory, which she inaugurated earlier this year. And I am very happy to say that it is very much accepted and very much working, and that we are trying to increase the number of languages that will be offered in the modern language laboratory. This year we have 4. For next year we are trying to buy 10 more programs, and each year we will increase depending on the need of the hours foreign service posts. Okay, next slide, please. This is our research unit. We have, at this point in time, we have less than 20 researchers. And they're not just researchers, they're also writers. And we train them to be not just good in writing on strategy as well as on policies. We also train them to become feature writers. because we need very flexible writers. Next slide, please. Yes, our research, our SEERS, also deals with other agencies who need research materials. And we also deal with other governments who want to find out some of our research projects. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, these are our accomplishments for the first semester of 2022. And if you will note that ASEAN, gender, particularly all the topics are being covered by our SEERS. Next slide, please. Ma'am, this is one that we are very proud of. For the last few years, there had been no publications from FSI. But last year, we published 11 books and several researches. I don't know, some of this might be familiar to you. Next slide, please, so you can see what these books are all about. There you go. Future Perfect is about a sculptor in Paete, because Paete is the sculpture capital of the Philippines. The art of book design is meant to help our Foreign Service posts be able to design reports and journals for consumption of in their own posts, as well as our own offices here in the DFA. Ladybug is closer to gender. And here, this is more of a cultural project, but at the same time, we feature a woman artist who is also a PWD. She has ADHD, and she overcame that, and that's why we featured her. So we're touching gender as well as culture and the arts. And then, of course, the one I'm most proud of at this point in time, if you notice, is Dakilang Bulakenyo. Can you please go back? Dakilang Bulakenyo on the right is about the arts and artists of Bulaan. So we researched and we were able to get over 120 artists of Bulacan, and we featured them in this book. But this is not the end. Bulacan is just the first step. This year, we are coming out with Pampanga and Laguna. For next year, we are doing several more provinces. We're doing Pangasinan, Baguio, Rizal, Cavite, and Antique. So, in other words, with these books, we are promoting the Philippines. We are trying to do what is required for us. In other words, we're providing the tools for our posts to promote the Philippines, which I know should be done by other agencies too. But you see, since I was FSO4, I've been requesting for materials from our other agencies, but normally the materials are not what we need for our posts. So after being so many years in the service, I thought that FSI could produce all the materials that our posts need. Next slide, please. Here, if you notice, Women of Laguna, we have featured five towns in Laguna with different industries, like Liliw and their shoes, Paete with their taka industry, and the weaving industry of Cavinti.
No need the details of the
Yes.
books. Perhaps, although they're very interesting, could you proceed with the mandate of the agency? Yes, we appreciate your initiatives,
Yes.
but perhaps you could talk more about the mandate and the projects, yes, and the details of the books. We can request for
Mamaya na-
one copy each for the Senate Library or for our
Siguro,
offices.
ano na,
Thank you.
Ma'am, after the hearing na lang, I will ask details on the Pansit 101.
Yes, it's our bestseller. Thank you, sir. Okay. As I said, our strategic priorities are here outlined here, and really, it's a huge job, and we are trying our best, and we are succeeding in our own ways. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, um, in order to do more, then we will need a little bit more help from the Senate. Next slide, please. We have delivered a lot of training programs, not just for the DFA, but also for other government agencies, specifically protocol and communications, languages. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Here we have a list of all our training programs and as well as the successes that we've had. Next slide, please. Okay, ma'am, this is the budget that we used for that the Congress introduced changes, and we have fully utilized whatever Congress has given us. Next slide, please. Okay, this is our proposal for next year. We would like to do more publications because we know that our posts need a lot more. And in fact, some of our biggest projects is gastro diplomacy. And that's where Pansit came in. And for this year, we're doing a book on adobo with the help of Claude Tayag. We're also doing a book on kakanin, also with Claude Tayag. And for next year, we hope we will be able to do chichiria. It's really to promote gastro diplomacy because we feel that the easiest way to deal with friends and with neighbors and other countries is through their stomachs. And it's non-conflictive and an easy way of conducting diplomacy. And as I mentioned earlier, for the international languages, we are asking for a budget of 6 million to buy 6 more programs because we have to increase them. We have our language programs are mostly survival, meaning it's to be able to help our people so that when they land in their postings, they can already converse. And this is available to the members of the family of our personnel, as well as to the other agencies whose personnel will be posted abroad. And as I said, for the publication, we're requesting for 17 million because we do intend to do a lot of books for next year. And these are mostly to promote Philippine art, cuisine, culture. And in fact, one of the projects that we're doing now is San Sebastian Church under our new program, which we call Kayamanan. These are national treasures. We will try to feature national treasures one by one. And we believe the San Sebastian Church, as an initial project, will typify what it is that we're trying to do with FSI, sir. Next slide, please. There are other programs that but these are very small, 700,000 for our researchers and capacity building for our people. Very, very, really very small. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. This is what we are asking for to really improve.
This is your wish list, Bale?
For 2023, yes, sir.
Akala ko na,
No, sir.
akala ko na-convince nyo na yung house dito. Hindi.
Well,
Hindi pa.
not yet, sir.
Sige. Silipin na
Yeah.
lang namin yung gab kung
Yes.
accommodate na ba.
Yeah, we believe that the DFA has a big role to play with GAD, sir. And we, as much as possible, in fact, one of our projects on women, it was financed by our OFMS. Since our budget is not enough, we try to get from the other offices. And ASEC Confiado helped us with that. And we will do more gender projects for next year, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carino. I will chair temporarily. Sabi ni Chairperson Ligarda, let's continue. What's the next, ano ba? What's the next? TCCP. Ito yun. May tanong ako sa TCCP. Actually, sige. Our Technical Cooperation Council. Who will make the presentation, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Pia Pera po.
yes.
Yes po. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the Committee on Finance. I have the honor to make a short presentation, very, very short, on the Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines. And it is the agency of the Philippine government that provides technical assistance to developing and least developed countries. Next. The Secretariat under the Department of Foreign Affairs deals directly with the United Nations system and with foreign governments. The Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, sir, is composed of the Department of Foreign Affairs. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs is our chair, and the NEDA is the vice chair. The Department of Agriculture, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the Department of Agriculture. Have I mentioned it? So the council identifies and approves the recommended training courses for the developing and least developed countries, and the secretariat, which I am heading, implements. The official development assistance forms an integral part of Philippine foreign policy. Although we just celebrated our 30th year on September 1, 2022, we felt before that we've been in the receiving end of assistance from countries, but we felt that we can also do our share. And that is the reason why the Philippines offered to provide training courses in the areas where we have advantage to the least developed and developing countries. As you can see on the slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. As I've said, the mandate is the TCCP is the focal point for technical cooperation among developing countries, and it coordinates related projects and activities implemented by government agencies and non-government organizations, and we undertake research on the technical assistance requirements of developing and least developed countries. So this is our role in the Philippine foreign policy. I would like now to go to the main feature of TCCP's budget for fiscal year 2023. Sir, we were given 3,235,000, of which 1,085,000 is allocated for the implementation of TCCP 7 main activities. We were given a lower budget because in 2020, because of the pandemic, the Technical Cooperation Council was not able to provide any training. In the process, in 2021, we shifted to virtual training because at the time, travel to other countries is not possible. Also because we are also mindful of the situation in other countries. If you will note, sir, the history of TCCP, before we identified courses, and then we invite participants from these countries, and they come over to the Philippines where we hold the event or the training course. But it was found out that those who are intending to come here to the Philippines had a hard time sending representatives because of the travel expense. So our PCCP shifted to the system whereby we send experts to identified countries, and the experts talk with their counterparts and they discuss which projects they're going to have. So we would see, sir, in the history of TCCP that there were courses held in Timor-Leste, in Vanuatu, where we sent our representatives and experts. In 2021, we had, well, actually in 2019, we sent experts to Sri Lanka. But as I've said, we were not able to implement the training courses in 2020 because of the situation. So in 2021, we had virtual training on women in development. We had training on hospitality and tourism. And we had training on nata de coco and ube processing. Actually, nata de coco and ube processing is not actually, well, the participants are Filipino women married to Sri Lankan spouses, and it was requested to the experts who went to Sri Lanka because they felt that they need to train other Filipinos because from what I understand, sir, Madam,
Thank you, ma'am. We're familiar with the projects and we commend you for that. Maybe proceed with the mandate, the strategies, because marami pa pong itatanong ang minority. Yes, like the details of the books, the details of the projects with Timor-Leste, etc. May we proceed or with the next agency? Po, mahaba pa po.
maiksi na lang po, pero pwede ko na rin
Abbreviate, yes. The projects, the minority leader agreed that you can just submit it, right? Sige.
Okay, sir.
May we have the other pages of the PowerPoint, please? Thank you.
Ito lang po yung breakdown of our budget for 2023. As I've said, we were given lower because we were not able to accomplish anything in 2020 because of the situation of the pandemic. And we are mindful of the situation, but now we feel that although we are ready with the virtual, it's a challenge to have the virtual. So we are thinking maybe we can have a marriage between a virtual and a blended, because when we held the ube processing, the experts were in Manila and the participants are in site. So there are courses which we feel we should go and do the training. For example, we're now in the process of discussing with Timor-Leste food processing assistance, training in food processing. And so we're thinking maybe we should send the experts to Timor-Leste. So yun lang po. Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, the next agency, please. Attached office. So we've had the FSI, Technical Cooperation Office.
Could I request our colleague from UNACOM to?
Who's the head of UNACOM, please? If you don't mind, we'll have a working lunch. I know visually it does not look good that we're eating, right? But it's like we will go up to our lunch break. So we will have a working lunch. So the admin officers to handle that. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. The UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines is sometimes referred to as the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO. It was created by the laws IA 621 in 1951 as amended by, next slide please. Yes. As amended by IA 892 in 1953 and IA 3849 in 1964. It was created as part of the Philippines' international commitment as a member state of UNESCO. Next slide, please. To serve as an advisory and liaison body bridging the work of the Philippine partners to UNESCO's own work in educational, scientific, and cultural matters and concerns. Over the years and in view of the ever-changing context of the national, regional, and international affairs, the role of UNACOM has expanded and grown to meet new and increasingly complex needs and challenges. In the 1950s, we were limited to advisory and liaison functions. In the 60s, became more active in the dissemination of public information. In the 70s, expanded its role in formulating policy feedback. 1990s, defined and expanded actual programs. In 2000s, established expanded partnerships, promotions, and representations. We strengthen institutional setup by closely working with partners including the DFA's UNIO, PERMDEL in Paris, Office of OPCD, also of the DFA, and MOAU, also from the DFA. Next slide, please. Our vision is to be the primary enabling agency in maximizing Philippine engagement to UNESCO and in advancing UNESCO programs in the Philippines. Mission, committed to contributing to peace, nation building, and sustainable development by promoting collaboration among nations or institutions through education, the sciences, communication, information, and culture, in pursuit of quality education, lifelong learning, heritage and biodiversity protection and conservation, universal respect for social justice, human rights, and fundamental freedom of all peoples. Next slide, please. Our major final output is the promotion, implementation, and coordination of UNESCO programs, projects, partnerships, and initiatives. Our organizational outcome is to increase Philippine participation and stronger linkage in UNESCO's programs and activities on education, science and technology, social and human sciences, culture, and communication information. Next slide, please. These are just some of the listing of some of our major activities in 2021, from 2021 to July 2022. Next slide, please. For 2023, we are proposing a budget of 23,716,000. So we also have there the list of our previous budget from 2019 to 2022. So these are the budget highlights of UNACOM for 2023. So for PS, we have 11 million. For regular PS, 11,553,000. And for ALIP, 973,000. For MOO, we have 4.3 million. And the operations, 6.8 million. A total budget of 23.7 million. Philippine contribution to UNESCO. The Philippines financially contributes to UNESCO every year. For the recent 3 years, we have contributed an average of 35.8 million pesos per year. As a state party to the Convention on the Protection of and Conservation of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage and the Convention on Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity, we are obliged to allocate 1% of our mandatory contribution to the funds of the World Heritage. For World Heritage and ICH funds in the recent 3 years, Philippines' average contribution per program is 358,118 pesos. We are fifth in ranking among Southeast Asian nations in terms of contribution, next to Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. Next slide, please. So these are just some of our major activities in our 5 major programs in science. Next slide. Education. Next slide, please. Education, Next slide, please. Culture. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And communication and information. And next slide, please. Social and human sciences. Next slide, please. Support to legislation. Recent support of UNACOM in the areas of culture for sustainable development, promotion, and protection of cultural heritage, creative industries, and creative economy, lifelong learning, education for sustainable development, among others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Secretary, is the UNESCO not supposed to be headed by a Secretary General, UNACOM? This was a law way before the time of the minority leader and my time, before we were born, 1951. That was the time of, yes.
Amended during.
I just want it on record. We will now
Amended
get
the year we were
second.
born.
Yes,
1964.
way before the years that we were born.
1951, but amended siya on the year we were born, 1964. Okay na yun,
I
ma'am?
cannot confirm the dates. Yes. Okay. So may I just know why we don't have a Secretary General? Is that not provided for by law?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. It is provided below, and there should be a head, in fact, but it's vacant now, and we have recommended a nominee, but it's the office of the president who has to approve.
May I know who was the previous SG, Secretary
Secretary
General,
General, okay.
and what year was it last filled?
It was Miss Shahani, Leela Shahani.
What year was that, sir?
I think she she started at the beginning of the President Duterte's administration, and then she resigned around 2018 or 19.
And the position has been unfilled for 4 years. I believe, and I'm certain my colleagues will agree, that UNESCO is a very important position. And in fact, the minority leader is producing the documents regarding treaties or conventions that he said must be ratified. Or
Underwater cultural heritage.
maybe you should put that on record. That's very good. Yes.
Then,
I'm just wondering why. Of course, we are grateful to the development management officer who made the presentation. I was asking where the Secretary General was, and I was informed there is none. So we do not fault the present administration. It's a new government. But my question is, who was the last one? Why was it never filled? Does it take a budgetary intervention, or the position is there, we're not just filling it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, after Ms. Shahani resigned, Undersecretary Abella became the head of the became the SecGen of the UNESCO, but he left at the end of the previous administration. So it's been vacant actually since July 1. But we have made I understand, a nominee, but it's to the office of the president. So we're still awaiting the.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification, because I thought it's been vacant for so long. This is a very important position. But I will cease from speaking. I will yield to the minority leader because he had interventions on conventions or treaties.
You will like this, Madam Chairperson, kasi the major program of the Commission in Culture is to explore our possible accession to the 2001 Convention on Protecting Underwater Cultural Heritage. And then another one is the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. So these are two, I'm sure, close to your heart, itong dalawang conventions po na ito.
Thank you for mentioning that, Senator Pimentel. Have you already acceded to these conventions? Are they pending accession? What is the right term? Have you already ratified it? Does it need concurrence of the Senate, if any? Can you kindly give us clarification on this? These are very important conventions. And does it need national or domestic legislation after our accession? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I turn over the chair to Undersecretary Lazaro, please?
Yusek Lazaro is recognized. You were ambassador to France.
And permanent representative to UNESCO also.
Yes, and representative you, so you know this very well. It was your time when we read, I represented the Philippines to read the country statement, I think. And that
Correct.
was the year that Yolanda happened, I recall.
Yes.
It was a very difficult year. Well, I was reading the country statement. That was the day we were being battered by Typhoon Haiyan. Yes. Anyway, we recognize Yusek Lazaro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Madam Chair. On those two conventions, we have not acceded. The first one on the underwater, there is still the issue. If the convention that was mentioned, there was still the issue of the disputed areas that we have. So there's still a good number. There's still an issue that, and the reason, that's basically the reason that we have not gone in or going to the process of accession. So we're still holding on to that because of our disputed waters. Basically, that is the reason, Your Honor.
2001. Ma'am, it's been 21 years and the disputed waters has been there forever, but there's been, as you know, the arbitral ruling. So why should we patay mag-atubili na i-document ang atin? Anyway, may Hague ruling. In fact, we should claim it, document it, and protect it, right? All the more, if there's a dispute, it's been resolved. It's ours. All the more, I would push that we accede. Di ba ganun? O hindi ba
Actually,
diplomatic yung
Your Honor, you're
gustong
correct.
gawin?
But at the time, there was
Dapat,
that kind of position taken. But perhaps in this with this new administration, then we can make some move on that part. On the other convention on diversity, actually, this is
Before that, we recognize the former Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Senator Alan Cayetano is recognized. He is online. Hi, Sen. Alan.
Gandang umaga, Mr.
Maganda umaga. Yes, we have Yusek Lazaro online giving us a briefing on pending conventions. Thank you. Proceed, please.
on the other convention on diversity, actually, this has been a long. Actually, it is the national. If I recall, it is NCCA and other agencies have been sort of giving some not really obstacle, but it's a little bit of an issue also. In fact, France and many other countries have been pushing us to accede to this very important convention on diversity. But there seem to be some problem po at that time.
Ma'am, yung isa po 2001, isa 205. Secretary, should we not look at these conventions and whether they are beneficial to our country and its people? From hearing what Yusek Lazaro mentioned first about the underwater resources that we have, is it not beneficial to claim what is in so-called disputed waters, even if there's been a clear arbitral ruling and we claim it as such? But of course, I would like to read, perhaps both majority and minority would like to request for a concept, a briefer on both conventions. Mahalaga yan eh. Tapos yung isa, I'm asking now NCCA, what is the problem regarding the documentation of cultural properties? It's been 21 years for one and a little less than 20 years. Should we not seize the opportunity to align ourselves with like-minded nations and people in protecting biodiversity, our underwater resources, and our cultural properties? Is anyone working on this? Eh kaya nga nandiyan ang UNACOM eh. Are you not reneging on the mandate? If they're not, and they should always update. Question, is it a mere accession or does it also need a concurrence of the Senate?
Ma'am, it needs concurrence of the Senate. It's a ratification process. Yes. First step, yes.
So you have no work to do if you don't give it to us, and you must first ratify it. Is it, what is the right word? Ratification or accession? Or it means the same? We ratify it by acceding to it.
Accession first and ratification by the,
Session first.
and then the ratification by
And then
the
ratification by the
president, and then concurrence
Yes.
by the Senate.
So the first is the decision to accede.
Yes,
And
and to
second,
sign.
once there's accession has been done, the president
Will ratify.
will ratify it, and then yes.
Yes,
So we know
yes.
the process. We've both been chair of foreign relations. I'm just wondering why it's been taking so long. Unless it is detrimental to our national security, then we rest our case.
Your Honor, this is the update because it has been 2 years since I left Paris, but it says here that the diversity convention has been with the office of the president, and I think this was, but they did not act on it. They did not act on it. This is the,
Klaro
we
po
need to
natin.
resubmit, actually, ma'am.
Sige po. Iklaro lang natin. The first statement of a DFA was, we have not acceded. Now you're telling us, ma'am, sir, that it is with the OP. Those are two answers. Can you please clarify? If we have not acceded, that means we have not acted on it at all. If it is with the OP, it is pending ratification. Then we can ask the OP, if it's a new government, if they agree, we would be more than happy to support and sponsor the concurrence in the ratification. We have to shepherd the process. Yes. So kung nasa OP na po, 2 years, give us a briefer also, sayang. Does anybody know that it's there? Is anyone working on it?
Actually, it's our United Nations International Office who gave me that update. But I don't know if the UNACOM has updates on this.
Sabihin, ma'am, plans na ng commission yon, our UNESCO. So that means kung kailangan niya ng budgetary support, tulungan natin siya. Tulungan natin yung National Commission so that maka-focus din siya dito to push for our accession to these two conventions.
Thank you for the suggestion of the minority leader, but honestly, I do not think it's a matter of budget. It's a matter of doing our work. It's a matter, Secretary, of the UNACOM and the UNIO knowing all the pending treaties and conventions and the status, whether we have acceded, whether it is pending with the OP or it's been transmitted to the Senate and pending with the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Kasi po, nung sira ko tinatanong ko palagi sa COMSEC, at pag wala sa amin, tinatanong ko sa DFA, at pag wala sa DFA, tinatanong ko sa OP. Di ba po? Sayang. Kung magaling para sa akin, kayo po ang eksperto dyan. Kung yung minungkahi po ni Minority Leader ay makakabuti po sa atin, susuportahan po namin, yun lang ang ibig naming sabihin. And it's not a matter, I think, of lack of budget. No. It's a matter of shepherding the process. Ilan pa kayang magagandang convention ang hindi natin alam na nandyan, sayang. So, perhaps that convention may be supported, right, Senator Pimentel? And we have a new government. I am certain that they will study that, and we will be more than happy to support it. The chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations is Senator Marcos. We will, of course, defer to her as a chair and bring it up. And the next one is the cultural properties. You say that there's an issue with NCCA. So I hope that issue can be resolved among agencies. I don't know what is the issue. Can you ask them? Yeah.
Chairperson, tama. Kasi kung ganun ang feedback sa atin, pending na with the Office of the President, it's either the UNACOM is the one na lacking the information na pending na po doon. Because your presentation is you still conduct consultation and initiatives to explore possible accession to that 2001. Andun na pala, andun na daw pending na sa Office of the President. So it's either ang UNACOM ang behind sa facts po nila that it's already there. So,
I just want to clarify, Minority Leader, is it which office of DFA is in charge? Is it the UNESCO office, UNACOM? Is it UNIO? Is it the office handling treaties and legal affairs? I think former Ambassador Asek Domingo Nolasco is also here. Which of these offices is in charge of conventions and treaties? So that we can ask for all treaties and conventions pending in whichever office, or pending accession or pending with us. Yes. So which office is in charge, sir?
Madam Chair, for this particular issue, the substantive office would be UNIO. So they would undertake the analysis, etc., if it's beneficial. And then kung okay, then it goes to the Office of Treaty and Legal, OTLA. They will then prepare the necessary legal and the process. I mean, prepare the necessary documentation, etc., to make it in legal form. And then the next procedure is then if it's a treaty, it would be a treaty requiring, let's say, Senate concurrence, then we have to get ratification first from the president. So in this particular issue, UNIO would be the substantive. So what I can do perhaps is I can, let me first check with our UNIO office and find out exactly where it is, and then also find out with the UNACOM to find out exactly whether it really is with the OP or it's still in the process of, because apparently there seems to be some kind of a mix-up here. So I'll look into that and by today, and I'll find out and try and come back with the information by today.
Aside from those two conventions, Secretary, that Senator Pimentel had brought to the table, can we have a list of all treaties and conventions that are still pending? Pending accession, pending ratification, pending concurrence, and the status of each. It may not be just these two. Are there, let's say, ratification of concurrence and ratification of SSS agreements? I recall during my time, I sponsored the SSS treaty so that our overseas Filipinos need not pay double if they are based abroad, right? What do you call those SSS treaties? SSS treaties. Huh? Yeah, social security agreements. Baka may mga nakapending. Huh? Is that what you call it? Yes. Yun lang po. Okay. Who's the head of UNIO now? Do we have an UNIO head?
Yeah, I don't know if the head of our UNIO is here. I don't know if we have anyone from the UN office here at the moment. Yeah.
Don't we have an UNIO head?
Yes, she's, I think, attending a meeting abroad.
I see. Okay.
So, but we can check. I'll check with her on the, okay.
Humingi na rin tayo, Madam Chair, na listahan. Siguro yun na nga, what are the priority treaties that you want to push for accession, meaning to say that we want to be a party to it, di ba? Dalawa yan, whether we are signatory or non-signatory, basta we want to be, yun. So that we'll have a parang preview of what you will be submitting to the Office of the President for possible transmittal to the Senate for concurrence. Kaya ganun siguro, ano yung desirable treaties na pasukan natin,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Offhand, I know definitely what will be pending is the RCEP, but but can I just turn the floor over to our head of the office, the Treaties and Legals Department? Maybe he could add something. That's under Assistant Secretary Nolasco.
Asek Nolasco, I didn't know you came back from Italy already. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, 2 months ago po. Madam Chair, Senator, with respect to the question on the pending agreements, we have several pending agreements for ratification. Now, when the new administration came in, they requested that all certificates of concurrence by the heads of the agency, they have to redo this because the Office of the President wanted the new heads of the offices to have a say or express approval or no objection on some of the agreements that were signed in the previous administration. So there are still pending agreements for ratification. There are also some agreements wherein the new head of the agency said that this would require Senate concurrence. So we are doing the repackaging of all the documents for ratification. And then, Madam Chair, later on, this will be submitted to the Senate for confirmation. Now, if I may, with the permission of the Secretary, if the Chair would indicate to us some of the subject matters of conventions or treaties wherein we can accede to, it would help us a lot. Thank you.
They want us to participate in foreign affairs. Maganda yun, magandang concept yun. Not only we are not passive na we just concur in the ratification, they want also to know the sense of the Senate, which existing treaties ang gusto rin na sinasuggest din natin that we also accede to. That's a very good. Did I understand you correctly muna? If that is what you wanted to say, agree po ako nun.
Madam Chair, that's my point because my understanding on the discussion was that the chair was asking what are the conventions that we can accede to. So it will help us a lot in the DFA if the Senate would indicate to us what are these convention based on subject matter. So thank you.
Perhaps we can start with conventions and treaties that the Philippine government has acceded to pending ratification by the President, not yet transmitted to the Senate. Yun muna. Like these two conventions are pending in OP or just the first one?
Madam Chair, you're just talking about the convention and diversity, the underwater. is
Cultural
not-
properties,
The underwater
we have
is not
not
being touched.
acceded to it because the NCCA is not in favor of it.
No, ma'am, it's the other way around. The convention and underwater is not being, there's no accession to that. There's no process of accession. It's the convention and diversity.
On cultural
second one, on
properties.
cultural properties,
That is
yes.
pending in OP.
That is the latest
but not
information.
yet ratified by the President because the NCCA seemingly is opposing it. But the other one on maritime or marine resources, we have not acceded to it because of the dispute. Which dispute? The West Philippine Sea?
Well, I think it's being alluded to. But that has been the standard response of the agencies concerned, ma'am.
Oh, so give us your opinion regarding those two and all others that are pending. Yes, either pending within government or our country and pending that would be beneficial to our national interest, knowing all the pillars of diplomacy and taking into consideration our national security. Yes, and I think Senator Pimentel agrees that would be a proactive approach towards concurring or acceding to these conventions and treaties. If you could give the Senate a copy, and what countries have acceded to this so that we can see, baka tayo na lang ang ASEAN country na hindi pa, o bakit ganun, o sayang naman. We could study it. That would be interesting. Yes.
Chair, upon the suggestion of ASEC Nolasco, we're making it a two-way street. So ganun din. So at least alam namin na open din kayo to know what are the treaties that from the point of view of the senators that we're suggesting that you also push for. So maganda po yun. We will take up the challenge. We'll take up the challenge. Yeah.
Since we're at it, yes, thank you. Since we're at it, this is not a treaty. This is a simple coalition, a manifestation of support. I'm referring to the High Ambition Coalition. It's been pending for so long. And I know it's not a DFA. It was a DNR in the previous administration, which refused to acknowledge it. Sir, the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People is an intergovernmental group of more than 100 countries, and it champions the protection of 30% of the Earth's land and oceans by 2030. The 30 by 30 has a commitment of over 90 countries already. And with the commitment comes opportunities to access funding to implement biodiversity-centered programs, including the empowerment of indigenous peoples and local communities at the front line. Even during the pandemic, I was calling both agencies of government, and I was a congresswoman of Antique, but I urged both agencies of government, we don't need to accede, to ratify, to concur. It's just a manifestation to join. Why is there a strong opposition in DNR? They refuse to. But Secretary Loizaga, the newly confirmed secretary, agrees. And she said that she had signed it and sent it back to DFA. So pending po, we have an official trip to France, and France is co-chair the HAC, the High Ambition Coalition. This is a co-chaired between France and Costa Rica and the UK and the Republic of Marshall Islands, because small island state and they're impacted by adverse climate impacts. Ewan ko lang, bakit ayaw o mabagal? May I know the status if anyone is familiar with this, sir?
Could I ask Undersecretary Sorretta? He's familiar with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. When it was started by Marshall Islands, we were very interested in joining it. They represented under the Paris Convention almost an extremist position for climate change, favoring heavier burdens on industrial countries. As the negotiation process continued, it became difficult to be trying to get what we wanted by associating ourselves with very extreme positions. However, throughout the years, they have moderated. Developed countries have come in, offered assistance, and the extreme positions represented by Marshall Islands and Seychelles have moderated a little. So I believe that's why DNR now, at this point, has since it has evolved, is now amenable. We don't need to sign anything, ma'am. It's just a coalition. You start joining them as they.
I know it's not a treaty.
No,
It's
not, ma'am.
so, but there must be some. We must signify our agreement, right?
We
In some
would
form.
tell the chair, which is Marshall Islands, it's an open membership. It's open to everyone.
Yes.
Whether developing or developed.
May we know whether the DFA is open to manifesting its support to the High Ambition Coalition?
At this point where positions have moderated and negotiating positions are a little more reasonable, and it does not represent anymore an extreme
What is the extreme? What do you mean by extreme?
caps on emissions at a certain percentage that is totally unacceptable, which has caused the impasse in the Paris Convention.
This is the High Ambition Coalition. It does not punish. There's no punitive sanctions.
No, it's not
It is
capable.
just an intergovernmental.
Yes,
coalition.
but we're trying to develop consensus in Paris on climate change so that things can move forward. When parties present extreme positions, we get very far.
Are you certain you're speaking about the HAC
yes.
and they were mandating a cap on emissions?
It's the coalition allows its members to present their positions through the coalition. Not necessarily a common position, but as a platform.
Because
It's a very loose.
that's why. So we are not at a disadvantage. And even if there are those who think in the extreme and because they really want to put a cap on emissions, by just joining this, we will have a voice, at least in the
It is a
negotiations,
platform.
rather than not join it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
I said the positions have moderated to the point that we're a lot closer to general consensus on key issues.
Number one, there's no sanctions.
No.
Number two, people think differently, extreme or whichever you call it. But it's to our benefit because we are part of the 90 countries. France is a co-chair, the UK as well. We have access to funding, and it simply says we protect our land and our oceans 30%, right, by 2030. It's 30 by 30.
Which has not been conducive to achieving consensus. It's being resented by without mentioning the countries, high emission countries. They feel it's additional pressure. They prefer diplomatic discussions rather than coming up with coalitions that try to put pressure publicly and gathering
Perhaps, yes, thank you. After
legislators.
this hearing, thank you, Yusek Soreta. Perhaps you could give us the official position of the DFA, why there seems to be reluctance for such a simple intergovernmental
For us
coalition.
now, ma'am,
There's no more reluctance.
yeah, it's in the DNR now. It was DNR who's
That was reluctant.
that was reluctant because they felt that we would not be able to get what we wanted if we had partnered with those who wanted everything.
Okay, I don't completely understand it, but
Sorry. Yeah, if they're comfortable, we'll coordinate with DNR and formalize our.
it's been transmitted to the DFA. It is in New York, the New York office. Is that what they say? It's in the New York office. I was informed.
Madam, generally speaking,
admission?
if the most concerned agency finds a certain issue or something acceptable, the DFA normally would defer to their view. If they agreed, unless it was really we felt so detrimental. But in this case, since DNR, if they can go along with it, since they're the ones handling it, then I think we would not be averse.
I don't think they understood because I would always ask them when I was a congresswoman about it. Hindi nila alam. Ngayon gumalaw. Binasa ni Secretary Loizaga. That's the long and short of it. Hindi nila naintindihan. Tinatawag ako dun yung naintindihan ng mga Yusek. Okay. Sorry I said that. The next attached agency.
VFA, Visiting Forces.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Pimentel, sir, distinguished members of the Senate, the management team of the department, and senior officials present. My name is Lance Calub, and on behalf of our Executive Director, Undersecretary Pedro Cesar Ambuanga Jr., I will be rendering this brief on the proposed budget of the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces for fiscal year 23. Slide, please. The mandate of the PCBF is as shown. Concomitant thereto, for this FY, primarily we are monitoring and evaluating in coordination with other agencies some 461 approved Philippines-United States Mutual Defense Board Security Engagement Board activities and a total of 129 proposed activities under the Philippines-Australia Defense Engagement Plan. Slide, please. This slide shows the proposed budget of the PCBF broken down into object class. Under the National Expenditures Program, our office's budget for FY23 currently stands at some 37,251,000 pesos. Slide, please. Now, this slide shows slide, please. This slide shows a comparison of the FY22 budget of the PCBF against the proposed budget of the Commission for FY23. There's a difference of 9.77 million, representing a reduction of some 20.77% year-on-year. Slide, please. Shown is the utilization of the PCBF's budget for FY21. As the matrix indicates, 63% of the appropriations were utilized in the previous fiscal year. The balance of some 17.26 million was reverted to the Treasury. Slide, please. As of June 30th this year, the PCBF has utilized some 18.795 million of its current operating budget. This figure represents 40% of the total appropriations for this year, allowing some 28.2 million for the PCBF's operations from July to December 2022. Slide, please. Thank you very much for your time. Pending any questions, this concludes my brief.
I heard that, Madam Chair, no, thank you. Mr. Kalob, I heard that you remitted to the Treasury 20 million plus for 2021. Tama ba yan?
Sir, for budget concerns, Madam Chair, may I refer that question to our finance officer, Ms. Maureen Gatula.
Saan siya?
She is also present here, sir.
Halika, ma'am. Oh. De, tapos ang next question ko is why the low utilization rate?
Hi, sir. The low utilization rate of the PCBF in 2020 and 2021 was primarily due to the impending BFA termination and the pandemic.
Dalawa to. We have two, we have two BFAs, di ba? Tama ba?
The visiting
yung-
forces for the US and the
Yes.
SOVA of the Australia, sir.
Correct. Yun yung inyong di ba? Yun yung coverage ninyo. Coverage
sir.
yan, dalawa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. And then yung COA findings, meron akong na-encounter, I think it was 25% of your budget in cash advances, medyo unliquidated. I-address na lang po natin yun kasi malaki, 25% eh.
Sir, we were reorganized in 2020, and then in 2021, the PCBF started to establish its finance and admin office because we have no plantilla for the accountant, for the finance and the budget officers. So we have to establish for the first year. For this year, we have already coordinated with previous accountant and retired COA to coach us and to establish, aid us in the establishment of the finance and COA systems in the office.
I hope ma-resolve na po yung issue na yun. Sa
Yes, sir.
next COA report, wala na yung report na yun na ano pa siya, anong tawag mo doon, pending or
Yes, sir.
unresolved. No?
We have submitted our reports September last year. And then maybe, sir, by this year, siguro, sir, saka siya ilagay sa audit findings nila, sa AAR. Because in 2021, we were only given a management letter because we were not able to comply with the submission of the reports because of lack of personnel.
Okay, so I hope the 2023 budget cures the problems that you have encountered. Sabihin nyo lang ano yung problema talaga para mukhang wala naman problema from the report of Mr. Kalob yata eh. So you're happy with your budget?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
But we were reduced by 9 million.
Yes, okay.
Basically, maybe because of the under expenditure.
May six. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the Presidential Commission on the Visiting Forces.
May we request the minority leader to address the questions now
Yes, to the
to the DFA,
to the DFA.
the secretary. Thank you.
Sa presentation ni Asi Confiado, yung sa, before I forget this you have a new slide 31 yata ito, sir. New provision proposed, modifications and allotment of foreign service post, etc. Hindi ko po naintindihan. Can you explain this further to me?
With the indulgence of the Secretary.
Do you see it, sir? Slide 31. As an exception to the general rule and where extenuating circumstances warrant the exercise of the same, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs hereby authorized to modify the allotment of each foreign service post from diplomatic to consular/ATN programs and vice versa, provided that such modification shall not result in an increase of total appropriations of each PAPS.
It is a measure allow us to modify the PAPs, Your Honor.
To allow you to modify.
Allow the modification of allotments between diplomatic and consular and ATN programs without increasing the total appropriations of each PAP.
Hindi ba automatic na yan? What do you mean without increasing? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan, sir. Paki-laymanize nga.
Hindi kasi sa at post may distinction yung budgetary allocation between diplomatic and consular. So this provision will allow the secretary to modify it, to realign it without increasing the appropriation of each PAP kung saan mas kailangan in a particular post, let's say from diplomatic to consular and vice versa.
Without this provision, the secretary is not empowered. Pala? Ganun pala, secretary? Ganun ba yan?
We have to clear it, Your Honor. That's why
So yun siguro tignan na lang. Anyway, we will also do our own research.
yes, sir.
But
DBM rules.
basta I want to understand what
Yes.
you're requesting for para we will fully support all of your requests. Pati nga itong 3 paragraphs na on rentals, quarters, and tax refund, pinahugot ko na para mapag-aralan. Yes, Secretary.
Thank you. Your Honor, I think the way I understand it is if without this, anytime we want to move funds from, let's say, one type of to another, like from diplomatic to consular, kailangan namin ng approval from DBM. So it's an additional process, and syempre madidelay. But so this would give me more flexibility.
Yes, and in foreign relations, flexibility is the name of the game. I agree. I agree. I notice ngayon ang presentation ng budget nyo is now consular/ATN, no? Because from the explanation, we are transitioning because of the new department that we have. What is the plan? Ultimately, mawawala po ba ang ATN from the as an item in the budget of the DFA?
Your Honor, could I ask
Yes.
Mr. Asik Cortez to reply to that particular question?
Sige, Paul.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Senator Coco. Hindi po, under the establishment of the DMW, there will now be 2 agencies dealing with overseas Filipinos. Yung DMW for overseas Filipino workers, those going abroad to work and staying there temporarily, while the DFA will handle permanent migrants, immigrants, students, tourists, and those permanent migrants, let's say in the US, Canada, etc. So now there will be 2 agencies, each with a fund to help itong mga Filipino ito. The one from DMW will be called Action Fund. Yung DFA naman will be ATN Fund. Also, sir, there will be other posts around the world na walang polo or walang MWO. In cases na wala akong MWO, it will be the DFA using the ATN fund that will help the Filipinos who will be asking for help and assistance. For those naman may polo, or what they will now call MWO, Migrant Worker Officers, it will be the DMW's Action Fund. So there will be 2 eyes, so to speak, to help our overseas Filipinos.
Yeah, it's looks clear to me. Basta ito migrant workers is Filipino citizens who are not migrant workers is the ATN, but exception natin when there's no migrant worker officer or polo, you take over. So at least kasi that was what we were guarding against, yung overlapping or confusion on who takes care of who or what agency takes care of who. So anyway, sir, presentation is 6% cut. Your budget now, your budget for 2023 is 5 to 6% lower than your 2022 budget. Tama po ba yan? Is that the parang working number?
Definitely
Basta
low.
it's
2.5%.
2.5%
Less than
Okay,
yeah.
2.5 pala. Mali ang computation namin. But and then the reason for this is basically the 500 million peso in the consular services budget.
Yes, Your Honor. Aside from the Office of Consular Affairs, 80 foreign service posts were also, the budget for consular operations were also reduced. Secondly, there's a deficit in our commitments to our locally engaged personnel of foreign service posts. So since the DBM shifted the account from PS to MOE, it may be subject to fluctuations, and we have contractual obligations to some of our close to 400 locally engaged personnel overseas. And thirdly, we already presented that the Office of Civilian Security, which was created by executive order, was not, although the budget is only 6 million. So, but their function is very important to our, to enhance our counterterrorism activities and address also humanitarian concerns. Plus, in addition, the 29 million that we're asking for the promotion of the arbitral award, Your Honor.
Yun, maganda yun. Maganda yun, yung 29 million that they will, I think that's a very reasonable amount to promote the arbitral ruling, ma'am. Because kailangan natin ng number one, for more Filipinos to know all about the issue, you have to lamanize what the issue is or what the ruling is all about. So, and then they are asking for just 29 million to disseminate information, to promote the ruling, etc. I find that a very reasonable budget, Madam Chair.
Senator Pimentel, earlier you were asking about the assistance to national funds, right? Who answered it? Yes, they answered it that on the differentiation of the Filipinos overseas who will be helped. I just put on record that their funds for 2023 is the same 1 billion as the present 2022. Yes, so hindi binawasan ng DBM at ng Kongreso at hindi natin babawasan maski na meron ng ibang department na in charge. So that means luluwag ang kanilang resources na pagtulong sa mga Filipinos overseas. I just want to make that clear that there is a department already that takes care. I-clarify natin sa mga nakikinig ng mga Pilipino, yung nagabiyahe abroad na magatrabaho. And all Filipinos na overseas na hindi magatrabaho abroad sa inyo. Tama ba ho?
Yes, Madam Chair. Tama po.
Bagong batas yun eh.
Tama po. Apo.
At yung kanilang assistance to national funds ng 2022 na 1 bilyon ay hindi binawasan ng DBM, ng Kongreso, at hindi natin babawasan maski na ang mandate dati ng DFA ay tanan. Sabi sa amin, lahat. Pero hinati, pero yung pondo, buo. Ayan ha. Dapat alam niyo yan. Yes, Secretary. O baka mali ako, correct po nyo.
No, you're right. Bigyan ko lang ng footnote na as mentioned by Asek Cortez, in post na walang migrant worker officer, kami pa rin ang mag-aasa migrant workers.
That's right. That has to be clarified. Kasi bagong batas, hindi pa kompleto ang kanilang officers sa lahat ng posts globally, kayo pa rin. So, assistance to national fund, 1 billion ngayong taon, same 1 billion maski na may departamento na pupondahin pa rin natin para sa migrant workers. So, hindi masasabi na, so pinutol ang inyong responsibilidad, pero pareho pa rin ang resources. Ayun ha. So, when you say binaba ang budget ng DFA, when you look at it, sa isa sa mga mandato nila na tumutulong sa Filipinos overseas, hindi natin pinuputol yan. Nadagdagan. Because, pag titignan mo, nabawasan yung responsibility, pero yung pondo, ganun pa rin. So, in a way, may dagdag. Tama? Kina-clarify ko lang yun. Sige, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, tama. In a way, indirectly, nadagdagan.
Nadagdagan.
Correct.
Sasagot sa minority leader.
Hindi, tinanong ko naman yun, wala namang angle doon. tinanong ko lang to also help me understand the effect on the ATN fund because of the passage of the department. But,
iba pa yung legal assistance fund. Pasagutin mo din sa kanya yun.
Yan ang next
Yan ang next mo. Sige.
Actually, sa legal assistance fund, the 200 million, if I remember correctly, this year and also for next year, 200 million. Actually, the less that is used, the better. Tama po ba? Tama ang understanding ko, Secretary. Kaya nakikita ko yung budget utilization nito, meron pa kayo. Sabi ko, good. Di ba? Good na hindi pa, I think it's more than 50% pa for the rest of the year, which is, I think, a good sign, di ba, na our kababayans are not getting into legal trouble. Flexible ba yung ATN natin that pag naubos itong legal assistance, it could be used to supplement the,
Sir, hindi po.
hindi talaga?
Pag legal, talagang para sa abogado, anything legal fees, court-imposed fees, mga ganon. ATN, ito na, medyo mas maluwag. Humanitarian assistance, shipment of remains, pang-ospital, pang-gamot, pang repatriation, yung mga ticket ng mga kababayan natin pa uwi. Pero pagka talagang korte at legal system ang gagamitan, talagang LAF po. And yes po, konti ang LAF, na ginagamit ng LAF, ibig sabihin mas konti yung mga humihingi ng tulong sa LAF, and that's good.
Has there been a year na naubos natin yan?
Meron like last year nakaka 98-95% tayo sa LAF. Sa ATN, halos 99%.
Kaya nga, yung contingencies nga inisip ko. Pag maubos yan, you can supplement it nga from the ATN fund?
Hindi po.
Saan? Where can you supplement?
Nung 2020 po, yung pandemic, after the naubos yung 1 billion, humingi po uli ang sa Kongreso ng 820 bayanihan. Bayanihan fund ang tawag po doon. At doon po nakuha yung additional sa ATN fund.
So ATN yun. Kaya nga, I'm looking at the legal assistance.
Sa legal po.
Has there ever been a year na naubos natin ang legal assistance fund natin? Or close to exhausting it? Meron? Close to. Okay. Let us say in the worst case scenario, maubos natin yun. Is there a contingency fund where we can get to augment the legal assistance fund?
Ayan.
Yes, Undersecretary De Vega, please.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat, no? Magandang hapon. Can I be heard?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the Senate for not slashing this budget, no? Pwede yan, although technically yung legal assistance fund is the only source for the funds na gagamitin for legal assistance. Under the guidelines ng ATN, you can argue na pwedeng ibigay, kunyari, naubusan yung legal assistance fund. But ang trend ngayon is that pababa na yung legal assistance fund use, no? Because nga, mas nagagamit na ng mga ating OFWs yung mga local lawyers at saka less na yung gumagawa ng crime, no? Yung tungkol pa, I just want to clarify something ng DMW, meron din kaming arrangement, although dalawang offices ngayon, hindi namin papasa-pasa. If a Filipino worker goes to them, they're not going to say, punta kayong DFA. Sasabihin sa amin, ito may nagre-request. And vice versa, kung para sa amin pumunta na dapat sa DMW, hindi namin papapuntahin sa DMW kasi pumunta na sa amin eh. So ganun lang, it's still work in process. May we clarify, there are 94 foreign service posts and only about 34 labor attachés so far. So kunyari, na-mention ni Secretary kanina yung repatriation from Sri Lanka, ay walang post doon. So DFA funds yan. No? So, Senator, don't worry, sir. Kung naubusan yung LAF without, we can argue under the ATN guidelines na kasi it's still assistance to nationals magagamit natin. Pero not specifically for hiring a lawyer, but for other expenditures as part of the legal process, no, sir? So, makakagawa ng paraan, sir. Gagawin namin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Actually, yun ang gusto kong palabasin. Yun ang gusto kong palabasin, that the ATN being the bigger subset lang yung legal assistance. Okay. It's assistance to national on a legal matter, or legal case anyway. So I fully agree with the position taken by Yusek De Vega, but congratulate the DFA also and the entire Filipino people, especially our overseas workers and citizens overseas, for the for the lesser number of legal entanglements that we are finding ourselves in foreign countries. So magandang development po yan. Siguro maybe our boss also is working, ano? Mga ganon, at the other seminars. Sa any rate, marami pa akong tanong pero mas controversial kasi yung next department eh. Yung PR eh. I need to go there. Marami tayong itong DFA plus the attached agencies because you are under the DFA and you're influenced by the DFA. I agree with the statement of the Secretary. Ano yun? The caliber of the personnel that we have here in the DFA are the best and the brightest of the Filipino nation. Best and the brightest, pati ang pera natin pinangangalagaan ng mabuti ng DFA. Doon ako sa isang departamento na maraming problema. Yung energy ko, reserve ko na doon. Wala nga. At any rate, we will be fully supportive of the budget. Kaya nga, we are taking note of the wish list na ninyo. Anong total amount, sir? Yung additional? 4 billion. Wow, okay, 2 point. Pero siyempre, being the best and the brightest, ano to? Being the best and the brightest, you know, also know the situation of our country. Ito na lang, last question ko. Si Senator Cayetano will also ask a question. Ito po yung sa Sri Lanka, for example. I don't know if we can, I think we can discuss this publicly. For example, Sri Lanka. We try to learn about what's happening there from internet, online sources. Kayo, DFA, we have eyes and ears on the ground di ba? Meron tayong tao ron So, if there are lessons to be learned from the experiences of other countries, for example may nabanggit ko na yung country, Sri Lanka, how do we take advantage of the lessons learned? How do we use them? First of all, how do we identify what are these lessons learned? How do we disseminate them? Yan, tanong ko nga doon sa Foreign Service Institute, may role ba sila doon sa mga ganun? Kasi research supposed to be sila eh. So, Secretary, can you just give me an idea?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, through the years, we have learned on how to react sa mga sudden emergencies. And in fact, meron kaming mga planning exercises for let's say countries where there may be potential unrest. So minomonitor natin yung mga posts. So for example, yung case ng Sri Lanka, the minute na they started getting into these, they started having domestic problems, there started to be demonstrations, and then the government was being ganyan. We immediately started monitoring the situation there, and fortunately we have an embassy which monitors Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and so we instructed them to monitor very carefully. Then we have certain points where we feel maybe it's the time to find out whether Filipinos there wish to be repatriated. So we monitor yung situation and to see how it develops. And of course, not every country, but the minute there is some turmoil, like in the Ukraine, when the conflict began, we immediately looked at the situation there. So and these are based on years of experience. So now, parang we already have, and also we require each post to submit a kind of plan, a contingency plan, in case something happens in that particular country. So all posts have to submit. So we base it on that, and then we put into action yung kung anong kailangan gawin.
Yes, okay, Secretary, kasi you're answering like a secretary. Siyempre yun ang concern mo, the Filipino citizens. Ako, sir, nakatingin ako sa, for example, they are now into economic difficulties, di ba? Because number one, may policy daw sila that they banned the organic fertilizer for a while, their heavy debt burden, yung mga ganon. Can we learn from the experiences of other countries and then with the DFA spotting the possible lessons that we can learn, and then the DFA now transmitting the information or their insights to policymakers? Is the I mean, yung mga ganun ba? I mean, okay na yun yung anong tawag nito, to repatriate our citizens, alam ko, tested na kayo, okay na yon. Pero yung taking advantage ba, so that we take advantage, so that we will not, we can avoid the difficulties of other countries by learning from their lessons.
Yes, Senator. In fact, we try as much as possible if, for example, certain policies were adopted, like economic, and then they eventually led to some domestic turmoil. Yes, we take that into account. Of course, it wouldn't be just DFA. We would have to talk with the Department of Finance, because I know some countries have undertaken some economic policies which turned out to be disastrous, and so. I think we get a lesson from that, maybe to try and avoid implementing similar policies dito sa Pilipinas. So yes, that's also under constant monitoring, because our foreign service posts always naman report on certain policies undertaken, and then especially if they have led to, let's say, some kind of turmoil, especially economic policies which have been adopted by some.
In short, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, ang gusto ko lang sabihin, can senators, policymakers, separate from your branch, executive branch, other branch kami, can we access the wealth of insights of our experienced foreign service officers, the best and the brightest? Ganun sana. I mean, can we access your insight database?
Well, we would be, of course, we'd be very happy, for example, if you ask us to have regular briefings, like on the situation in certain countries. I think we'd be very happy to.
Walang role ang FSI natin.
Ang FSI.
Kaya nakikinig ako sa presentation nila because meron kayong role dito sa ganito, sir?
Yes, sir. In fact, we have sent to your office 2 or 3 publications since I sat down. They're called FSI Insights and Commentaries. These are produced by our researchers as well as by our officers. And in fact, several of our ambassadors have already proposed things on ASEAN, on the South Pacific, on the West Philippine Sea, as well as on terrorism. So once these are published, we will send them to your office. Thank you, sir. Additionally, sir, we have already started a project on Mindanao cuisine, and we have tapped Amina Rasul and other people to help us with this project. And within the next few months, we will have results, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, thank you for the books that you have sent to us. Can you send us a text reminder to read them?
Will do, sir.
Senator Cayetano also reserved, and Senator Padilla. May I just ask the COMSEC who's first?
I'll give way, Madam Chair, if Senator Padilla wants to.
Okay, Senator Cayetano is yielding to Senator Robin Padilla. Are you sitting properly, Senator Padilla? Gumagalaw sa video ko eh. Parang naka-roller coaster. Hindi, parang naka-roller coaster eh. Okay, Senator Padilla, we don't have your audio. May we hear you, please? Senator Padilla is recognized.
Tagapangulo.
Wala pong audio.
Magandang tanghali po.
Mahina audio.
Magandang tanghali po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Mahina yung audio. Sige. Proceed, pero mahina po ang audio nyo.
Mahina po. Mauna na po si Senator Alan Cayetano po. Mauna na po siya. Ayusin ko muna po
Narinig
yung audio
na. Naririnig naman. O sige, please proceed.
Apo, may mga tanong lang po ako, mahal na tagapangulo, patungkol po sa VFA, sa Visiting Forces Agreement. Kasi po, ang marami sa ating mga kababayan ang pagkakaintindi po nila dito sa Visiting Forces Agreement ay taliwas po sa Mutual Defense Treaty ng Pilipinas at ng Amerika. Sapagkat ang nakikita po ng ating mga kababayan kapagka nandito po ang ating mga amang Amerikano, ang kanilang iniisip ay nandito sila para tayo'y ipagtanggol. Lalong-lalo na po ngayon sa nangyayaring singgalot sa pagitan ng Taiwan at China, ang ating pong mga kababayan, karamihan ang kanilang paniwala na kapagka nangyari ang kaguluhan do'n at tayo po ay madamay, tayo po ay ipagtatanggol ng Amerikano. Gaano po ba katotoo ito?
Are you finished, Secretary? Who will answer the question of Senator Padilla?
Yes, thank you. Well, according to the MDT, the United States is committed to defend ipagtatanggol ng Pilipinas. That's on the MDT. Na any attack on the Philippines would also be considered as an attack on the United States. Tsaka ilang beses sila sinabi na ipagtatanggol tayo kung sakali may attack. Of course, ngayon may mga talks nangyayari ngayon ongoing para i-clarify yung implementing rules. How will they come to our defense? Yun ang kailangan i-clarify. Ang tawag namin ng clarificatory talks regarding the implementation of the MDT. Ongoing yun. Kasi while overall, sa strategic level, they will defend us, gusto rin namin malaman on the more tactical level kung paano gagawin. So kaya merong clarificatory talks ongoing. Nag-umpisa yan mga 2 years ago bago nag-COVID. So I think ongoing pa rin yun.
Mahal na tagapangulo, sa Mutual Defense Treaty po kasi, malinaw po doon, nadadaan pa tayo sa Kongreso ng Amerika kapag tayo po ay inatake. Papaano po kaya yan? Yung mga iba pong kababayan natin ay masyadong naniniwala na kapag tayo po ay inatake, kagyat, nandito ang Amerika. Pero doon po sa Defense Treaty, dadaan pa tayo sa Kongreso, magbobotohan pa sila. Bago sila pumayag at sila nabura na po tayo sa mapa. Siguro kailangan pong maging malinaw ang ating pagpapaliwanag sa ating mga kababayan para wag po tayong nagiging masyadong matapang. Kasi alam niyo po, para po tayong langaw na nakapatong sa kalabaw, na masyado po tayong matapang minsan, nakakalimutan po nating makipag-usap. Siguro tama po din yung sinabi kanina ni ang ating pong minority floor leader at ang aming isang chairman din ng PDP Laban. Tama po yung sinabi niya, kailangan meron po kayong tamang pagbibigay ng impormasyon, hindi lamang po sa kalagayan ng arbitral, kung hindi patungkol din po sana sa Mutual Defense Treaty at sa Visiting Forces Agreement. Kasi sa totoo lang po, kung kayo po ay nasa ground, kung kayo po ay nasa mga lugar, kung nasa ng maraming ating kababayan, hindi po nila naiintindihan yan. Ang akala po nila parang sa pelikula. Kapag nagkagulo, nandiyan yung Amerikano. Sa totoo lamang po, nung World War II, ano ba nangyari sa atin? Naiwan din naman tayo sa ere. Sana po maipaliwanag po natin yung mga ganitong pagkakataon sapagkat napakahalaga po nito. Ito po ay hindi biro sapagkat nasa ilong lang po natin ang Taiwan.
I think Ang sinabi natin, Senator Robin, ano kita ha? I will try to, kasi naputol-putol ng konti eh. Siguro ang tanong ba is yung pagpapaliwanag, no? Yung tamang pagpapaliwanag na hindi, na tamang pagpapaliwanag kung anong laman ng Mutual Defense Treaty. Kasi ang impression eh, automatic ang assistance. Pero ako, I share the understanding ni Senator Padilla. Ang basa ko sa Mutual Defense Treaty, dadaan sa constitutional processes ng mga partido. So, that's the constitutional processes of the United States.
Yes, yes, sir. Kaya ngayon, inumpisa na namin yung clarificatory talks which are going on kung paano i-implement itong MDT. And nangyayari ngayon yan, nag-umpisa na yan 2 years ago nung the previous administration, di ba, may pronouncement si President Duterte, so doon nag-umpisa yun. Para malaman natin exactly paano nila ma-implement itong mga, like anong ibig sabihin ng consent of Congress, anong ibig sabihin nun. So yun ang nangyayari ngayon. In fact, dito sa last hearing natin sa Committee on Foreign Affairs under Senator Marcos, pinag-usapan rin namin yan yung MDT. And I think anytime na itawag mo yun on that committee, if they wish to on the MDT and the implementation, we'll be very happy to give updates kung ano nangyayari. Pero I think magandang nangyayari at least ngayon dahil may clarificatory talks, we're able to raise itong mga issues with the United States. And tignan natin kung anong response nila. Kasi this was the alternative instead of renegotiating the entire MDT. We might as well keep the MDT pero kailangan yung kung sa baka implementing rules of the agreement. So yun ang ginagawa namin ngayon.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Senator Padilla, yes.
Opo, isa na lang pong kasi mahal na tagapangulo, meron na po tayong experience kasi sinasabi nila kanina, partner natin sa anti-terrorism. Pero nung Marawi siege, kalagitnaan ng labanan dahil sa pronouncement ng 3 senador ng Amerika na yan, hindi tayo nasuportahan. Umatras sila ng suporta dahil sa usapin daw ng meron tayong problema sa human rights. Nakakatakot po yan sapagkat sa ngayon meron pong hindi man masasabing formal pero meron mga base ng US bases, may mga US bases ngayon dito at na ginagamit nila diyan sa Fort Bonifacio yata yun o isang nandito sila. Sana maging maliwanag lang po, hindi naman po lingid sa ating kaalaman na meron pong serious na problema ngayon sa Taiwan. At hindi po ito pabor sa ating bayan kung hindi po maliwanag kung ano ang usapan natin sa Amerika. Sapagkat nung nangyari ang Marawi siege, naiwan sa ere ang ating Armed Forces of the Philippines dahil daw sa usapin ng meron daw tayong issue sa human rights. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair.
We have DFA Undersecretary Ed De Vega who has raised his hand. Are you answering the question of Senator Padilla, sir? Or do we also hear, I heard the voice of Senator Alan Cayetano. Would you like to answer the question of our colleague, Senator Padilla? So first, Senator Cayetano, and then Undersecretary De Vega, if it pertains to the question of Senator Padilla. Thank you.
I'll also discuss it, Madam Chair, but I'll defer first to Undersecretary, who's an expert on the matter. And then if Senator Robin is not in a hurry, there are other matters with the West Philippine Sea that I'd like to discuss with the committee that I think would be connected to his inquiry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. We hear from Undersecretary De Vega if it pertains to the question of Senator Padilla. Thank you.
Paliwanag lang po tungkol sa VFA, hindi po tiwala sa MDT yan kasi ito nga yung set of rules para ma-implement yung MDT kasi ito yung mga patakaran kung paano natin tatrato yung mga sundalo na darating dito mga servicemen precisely because of the MDT po. Pero wag kayong magtubili, don't be worried, Senator Robin Padilla, yung DFA at saka yung gobyerno handang ipagtanggol ang bansa kung sino man ang lulusob sa atin, maging sino man sila.
Hindi po maliwanag ang sinabi nyo, kaya kina-clarify namin among ourselves. Can you repeat, Undersecretary De Vega, what you said? Handang ipaglaban ni Noman. Who are you referring to? What country? Can you clarify your statement, sir?
The DFA will fight diplomatically always. We will always use diplomatic means to defend our country. Thank you.
You're saying that the DFA will use all diplomatic means to be able to protect the sovereignty and the territorial integrity and the security of our nation. Is that what you're saying, Undersecretary De Vega? Yes. Okay, clear. Senator Padilla.
Hindi po natin kine-question ang DFA. Ang kine-question ko po yung VFA, Visiting Forces Agreement. Yun po ang sinasabi ko. Dahil ang alam po ng ating mga kababayan, dahil nakikita po nila dito yung mga dayuhang sandatahan, ang iniisip po nila secured na tayo dahil nandito na sila. Pero doon po sa ating Mutual Defense Treaty, ang nakalagay po doon malinaw. Nadadaan muna tayo sa Kongreso ng Amerika pag tayo'y inatake. Yun lamang po, yung akin po ay wala po akong kini-question na kung ano ang kapangyarihan ng DFA. Katunayan, naging maganda na po ang pag-uusap namin. Congratulations po kay Secretary Manalo. Ang sinasabi ko po, kasi napag-usapan nyo kanina na gusto ninyo magkaroon ng publisidad patungkol sa West Philippine Sea. Ang sinasabi ko po, dapat hindi lamang po yun ang inyong ipaliwanag at ibigyan ng publisidad sa ating taong bayan. Sapagkat sa ground, sa grassroots, hindi po nila masyadong naiintindihan kung ano po ang papel ng DFA at ang Mutual Defense Treaty at yung arbitral. Yun lamang po. At yung patungkol po dyan sa West Philippine Sea, hanggat hindi po nakikita ng ating mga kababayan na nakakapangisda ang ating mga kababayan doon, kahit kung anong gawin nating publisidad, kahit tayo po yung magtatatumbling, hindi po nila maiintindihan yon. Ang kailangan po doon ay muli ay makapangisda ng malaya yung ating mga mangingisda. At yung mga kababayan po natin doon sa Pag-asa Islands ay magkaroon ng kahit paano ay organisa o magkaroon ng kooperatiba. At siguro po, iyan po ay magandang pagkakataon para po sa DFA na makipag-ugnayan sa DA. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Any more questions?
Madam Chair.
If Senator Padilla is willing to yield, yes, we have Senator Cayetano. We recognize you, Senator Cayetano.
Magandang hapon na po, Madam Chair, and Senator Lauren has been a consistent supporter of the DFA from her first term pa. And in fact, during my time, I think 15 to almost 20% budget increase, and she was the primary worker in the Senate to help us with that. So hopefully, Madam Chair, you will be able also to help us again. May I discuss a few budgetary concerns before I go to basically the geopolitics and diplomacy that Senator Robin is deeply passionate about, no? Kasi Madam Chair, from 2022 to 2023, bumaba yung budget. Pag percent-wise, pag tinignan mo 5-6%, baka yung mga nanonood would think it's a small thing, but it's actually from 21.9 billion to 22.5 billion. So medyo malaki ang nawala given na parami pa rin ang Pilipino sa abroad, and given that the the contribution of OFWs and of our embassies, no, of our economic ministers abroad to our economy, parang may problema yung pagliliit nito. So that's my first question to the Secretary, with your permission, Madam Chair. Do you confirm, no, na from 21.9B bumaba to 20.5B?
Yes, Your Honor, yeah.
And it's apparently ang malaking nabawas is the personal services from 9.1B to 8.4B.
Mhm. Yes, yeah.
And then
Yes,
also
Your Honor, yeah.
the MOE from 11.7 to 11.048B.
Yes,
So,
Your Honor. Yes.
in both cases, around 700 billion. Is there a defensible reason why we will take out 700 billion from both personal services and MOE? I mean, nagbawas ba ng tao ang DFA, or nagbawas ba tayo ng embassies at consular offices in the country, and consular offices in the country or around the world?
Could I ask Sec.
Of course.
Confiado to reply?
Anyone po.
Honorable Senator, the decrease in personal services was due to the shift in the account of our locally hired personnel by our foreign service post from PS to MOE.
Yes, pero bumaba din ng 700 million yung inyong MOE.
Binase po ng DBM yung BUR ng DFA from 2020 to 2021. That's why there was also a reduction in the maintenance and other operating expenses by 681 million.
Yes, so basically dalawa ang problema. Nabawasan na yung PS nung nilipat sa MOE, is it still enough? Because hindi naman mababawasan ang sweldo ng mga tao abroad because it's based on dollars, but our budget is in pesos. So how much ba yung yung exchange rate natin nung ginawa tong budget na to sa dollar peso? Was it 55, 52?
It's 50.50, Your Honor.
Oh, so ang layo na, di ba? So from 50.50 to almost 59 na ngayon, plus the 700. By the way, I'm on your side here na ma-restore yung budget. So the reason I asked you if there is any reason na dapat matanggal, di ba? For example, pag sa DepEd, pag sinabing binawasan, but because wala pang tao sa posisyon na yon at hindi nila ma-fill-upan every year. So that's a legitimate reason, unless the secretary can say that they can fill up the position. But sa atin, kung nilipat mo lang from personal services to MOE, dapat hindi nabawasan pa rin yung budget natin, di ba? Ibig sabihin yung total budget. Pero yung total budget nga, nabawasan from 21.9 to 20.5. And yun nga, ang MOE nabawasan din, no? So maybe let's make it easier. By the time we get to the plenary, can you tell us anong mawawala dahil dito? Di ba kanina you started already, for example, yung Office of Civilian Security, yung 6 million nawala, no? So baka you can give us a briefing paper kung ano nawala para in the wisdom of the Senate and in the being in the good graces of Senator Loren, yung DFA, pag makita namin may wisdom na i-restore to, we'll move to restore it. But to give you an example, Madam Chair, no, the DepEd now will be getting a 150 million confidential funds. We're only asking sa DFA for 6 million of a position that is existing, yung civilian security. In fact, when I became secretary, wala pong discretionary or intelligence or confidential fund ang DFA, despite the fact na klarong-klaro it has to direct relation with national security, no? Secretary Jokno and this committee put 50 million. For the record, ni Cinco, hindi ko ginastos and we passed it to the next secretary. But just to prove that what is 6 million compared to 150 million in a in DepEd when the USEC and the Office for Civilian Security is very important. So yun sigurong outline ang ibigay natin para maging klaro sa amin na dun sa binawas sa inyo na 1.4 billion, makita namin bakit binawas to. And maybe you can also show us, given the dollar exchange rate, yung epekto nito sa budget sa allowances no ng ating pong mga taga-DFA. So the next question ho siguro, I'll assume you'll say yes to that question. When's the last time na in-adjust yung allowances nung I mean yung general revision hindi yung per country?
For service allowance, 2013. Your Honor, the last time the foreign service allowances of our foreign service personnel was adjusted in 2013. But
Okay.
under the regulation, it should be reviewed and adjusted every 3 years.
And am I
we
correct
have
to say because all around the world ang isa sa pinakamalaking problema ay inflation, even if it was adjusted in 2015 or 2016, malayo na yung cost of living ngayon, whether you talk about the United Kingdom, whether you talk about Singapore, Hong Kong, the Middle East, no? Just given that in the last 2 years, in fact, the last 6 months, or since the conflict of Ukraine and Russia, there's been a problem with inflation all around the world. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Pero meron po kaming mungkahi, panukala na sinubmit namin last year. Kaya lang po inabutan ng pagbago ng administration. So we are in coordination with DBM kasi may mga ilang clarification po sila na sinusubukan namin sagutin para po maitaguyod itong pag-review at pag-adjust po ng foreign service allowances.
Yes. And the problem, if ma-delay yung pag-review niyan and yung computation nyo sa dollar is 50.50, ngayon ay 59, so pag hindi umabot to plenary yan, 2024 pa. So magtitiis ng 1 more year, di bali na po let's say yung mga ambassador na kahit papano po natuto na to live with whatever we give them at kahit papano may allowances. Pero sa mga first o second time pa lang na-assign abroad, lalo kung kasama ang pamilya, apektado po talaga sila sa performance of duty nila, 'di ba? For example, sa allowance nila sa quarters, no? Palayo na sila sa city dahil pamahal na ng pamahal sa city, and usually ang embassy o consulate natin nandun sa pinakamahal na lugar sa bansang 'yon, 'di ba? Just like in the Philippines, embassies are in Manila, Makati, and Taguig. Most of them, di ba? Most of the residences of the ambassadors are in what? Forbes and Dasma. So ganun din naman tayo, pinipilit natin na yung embassy natin ay nasa capital, so napakamahal doon. So ano nangyayari sa mga taga-embassy natin? Either meron silang kasama sa bahay o palayo na ng palayo nirerentahan nila, no? So as I said, I'm on your side, no? But we're racing against time. So maybe during the plenary debates, we'll have some computations regarding that, no?
With the permission of the Secretary, Your Honorable, we could provide you with the draft that we have submitted earlier and we are now being reviewed.
Sir, more than the draft, i-compare nyo na yung 50.5 sa 59. Diba? So kung halimbawa, kung sasabihin mo, let's say sa Hong Kong, we're giving them 500. Pero dapat at 2013 rates to 2022, dapat yan ay hindi na 500, 700. Pero dahil ang dollar tumaas ng 10%, so I mean, do the math for us para it will simplify. Remember, people like Senator Loren and Chairman Sani Angara is dealing with the whole government, not just DFA. Walang problema kasi kung DFA lang ang tinanggalan eh. So lahat yan nagko-compete for funds, no? So I'm trying to make it easier for you guys, but as I said, we're on the same side here. So parang how do I put it? Let's make our 1, 2, 3 priorities idiot proof, no? Show us in an budget for idiots ng DFA anong epekto ng 1.5 billion na tinanggal, show us the effect ng dollar peso, show us the comparison of living condition or living expenses ng 2013 compared sa 2022. No? 9 years na rin yun. Napakahaba na rin, di ba? Even sa education ng mga anak at saka dun sa pagko-commute at yung titirhan ng ating mga diplomats abroad. No?
Senator Cayetano, you're referring to the cost of living allowance, right? And
Yes,
I
yes.
understand that the last adjustment was way back in 2013.
2013, yes. And also the
I thought
allowances
it
for
is-
quarters.
I'm sorry?
Also the for the housing for quarters abroad.
Yes. I thought that is there not a provision or an understanding that every 5 years, 3 years, it should be reviewed and adjusted? So
Meron
why
naman, pero
was
hindi
it
nasusunod,
not
hindi-
adjusted since 2013? No, is it an automatic adjustment or should it be a request of the agency?
It's a joint between us and DFA and the DBM. There was a study conducted actually last year. So the proposal was also based on studies conducted.
Okay, so when Senator Alan, when you were SFA, did you make a request in DFA and they not
Yes,
grant you
yes.
the adjustment in the cost of living allowance?
Actually, to be fair to Secretary Manalo, who was the acting secretary when I took over, they've been continuously following this up with DBM. And even if they approved this study, which was last year, remember last year, walang massive inflation because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And last year, we were at 50, 51 sa peso to 59 now. So even, Madam Chair, even if we lock, stock, and barrel, if DFA and DBM approved this, kulang pa rin. But ang point ko, Madam Chair, even if we approve this, kung nabawasan naman sila ng 1.5 billion, wala rin pagkukunan. So there are two issues here. The approval, and that will be mostly in dollars. And then number two, if there are funds in the department pag na-approve yon. So even
I'm
assuming
glad-
i-approve ng DBM yan, kung hindi natin ibabalik yung 1.5 billion nila, wala rin silang pagkukunan.
I recall that cost of living allowance because that was my first year as Vice Chair of Finance handling the DFA budget. And I brought it to the attention that it's not been adjusted, and it was adjusted that year when the Senate, LBRMO, Attorney Doblon, Director Irene, coordinated closely with the DBM. Alam ko noon, marami nagpasalamat na naka-post abroad kasi it was in 2013 during our time. I'm not aware that it's not been adjusted for 9 years. Now, source of funds, perhaps this will help. I hope it will, but I'm not sure if the funds already reverted. In 2016, who was the secretary then? There was 2.5 billion that was allocated, but this was for the building fund. In 2017, there was 1.43 billion again for the building fund, 1.93. And in 2018, 1.323 billion for the building fund. But this includes the main office, which is still in the same condition. I am not certain whether this 5.5 billion pesos was actually used, but this is for capital outlay infrastructure. I'm not certain if it could be used at all and realigned, or whether these monies already reverted back to Treasury. Perhaps after all the questions of Senator Cayetano, Finance can answer whether this 5.5 billion, I'm just roundabout computing the years that I am familiar with because these were increases in the budget of DFA for the building fund. Maybe parts of this was the time of Senator Cayetano, maybe the others were SFA Manalo, I'm not sure. Was it a time of SFA Locsin? So please be prepared to answer where all these funds for the building fund, but also find out if it's still with you. Well, I'm not sure if it can be used internally for adjustments in allowances. Pero iba eh. Infrastructure ito, capex, hindi siguro. Anyway,
Madam Chair,
back to
thank
you.
you for caring so much for the DFA. In fact, both you and Senator Gordon also brought up that issue of yung allowances when I was secretary no sa budget hearing. Even without us asking, nabanggit nyo na yan. At ang hiningi ko noon yung more of yung dun sa mga hardship post no na napakaliit that I think 20 million lang at that time. Sa building fund, the 1-minute version is simple no. Partially condemned na tuwing mag-earthquake, talagang grabe na magdasal yung mga taga DFA. Ang problema, hindi nag-aalat ng fund. May allotment para sa building which of course the cost changes, pero walang allotment to rent or mahirapan kumuha ng building na lilipat yung buong DFA. So maybe Secretary Manalo can answer that later on. But I just wanted them to prepare this for the plenary so that we can help them, no? So that I can jump to the next point, which is the reason inuna namin yung needs ninyo because we're also going to be very hard on you pagdating sa needs ng people. So I hope that by plenary, you can give us a presentation of ano ang plano nyo para ibalik. Remember when I left, 1-2 days pwede ka nang kumuha ng appointment sa passport. Tapos walang problema nun sa apostille no na ang dami ngayong nagrereklamo. I do recognize na tumambak because of the pandemic and you have to what you call this social distance. But whenever I have the opportunity and I'm in, let's say, SM Ora in Taguig, sarado yan pagka Sundays, I don't know Saturdays. During the time na sobra ang haba ng pila sa atin, we went overtime no, and found the money to get people there. No? So I will not grill you on that now. Kakatapos lang ng confirmation ng ating secretary this week. Kakagaling lang sa New York. Ang daming iniintindi, budget hearing. But by the time we're on the floor, Madam Chair, I would appreciate a presentation by them na how many months do they need or weeks to fix the passport and yung problema sa apostille. No? So that's the second. And if they say
So
yes,
just interrupt there. So that we can abbreviate the plenary session, perhaps between now and then, which is still more than 1 month away, they can submit that to the committee and to the office of Senator Cayetano. So that the presentation by DFA, which I will sponsor on the floor, need not be on the floor and you can answer that during the break. May I request a DFA too?
yes, Madam Chair, in fact, I'll help them with that. Ang point ko lang naman po, sa CA pa lang, which is kalahati lang ng Senate and only 12 congressmen out of the more than 300, pinupupog sa tanong sa passports eh. So whether I bring it up or not, I think it will be brought up by 1 or 2 senators. So maybe they can make these presentations, give it to all the offices, but mag-timeline na tayo. I mean, wag yung general na we'll fix it in 6 months or 3 months or we'll do this because we know naman how it can be fixed eh. And we know naman the limitations. But Madam Chair, maganda po yung suggestion nyo that they give us an advance copy. Madam Chair, I think on this issue, Senator Padilla is raising his hand. Then I'll go to the issue, yung last issue ko po is about the West Philippine Sea and about geopolitics. No?
Senator Padilla, before we proceed with Senator Cayetano, is your question relating to this? Or do we proceed with the West Philippine Sea issue?
Opo, tagapangulo, nag-aantay lang po ako ng sagot. Pagkatapos po nilang sagutin si Senator Alan, naantay ko lang po yung sagot patungkol po dun sa tanong na iniwan ko. Marami pong salamat.
Hindi pa.
Sige,
sandali.
I'll go into that, Madam Chair. So kung papayag si Senator Padilla para we'll make it a ongoing discussion between all of us senators, the minority leader, yourself, Senator Padilla.
Ang tanong, para lang maliwanag po, ang tanong po ni Senator Padilla kanina ay tungkol sa Mutual Defense Treaty. Tama po. Senator Padilla, yun po ang inyong katanungan na tingin po nyo hindi pa sapat na nasagot?
Opo, kasama po yon, pero ang huli ko pong tanong, kung paano nila ipopublisidad yung patungkol po sa West Philippine Sea na sinasabi po nila na may kinalaman po dito na yung Visiting Forces Agreement at yung Mutual Defense Treaty. Magkakaduktong po yan. Hindi po yan pwedeng paghiwa-hiwalayin. Yang pong usapin na yan ay magkakadikit.
Yes, we understand that. So what is your question? How do they? You understand the question?
Apo, kanina po kasi sinasabi nila humihingi po sila ng budget para sa
How do they? Information dissemination. Understood.
para po sa
Ang
kanilang
ibig po niyong
promosyon.
sabihin, yes, ano ipapaintindi sa taong bayan ang kahalagahan ng MDT VFA. Tama ba ho?
Opo, kanina po ang sinabi po nila para po sa information, public information ng West Philippine Sea, yung arbitral ruling na nanalo po tayo. Ang sinasabi ko po, dapat kapag gumawa po sila ng publisidad patungkol diyan, dapat ay kasama po ang patungkol sa Visiting Forces Agreement at ang Mutual Defense Treaty. Sapagkat yan po ay magkakapatid. Hindi po tayo pwedeng lumabas diyan nang hindi po natin pinag-uusapan ang tatlong yan. Sapagkat yung arbitral ruling po, yan po ay 2016 pa. At yan po ay papel lang. Hindi naman po yan ma-implement. Kaya ang tatanong ko po sana, doon sa kaninang barumbado sumagot na undersecretary, siya po sana ang sumagot. Paano niya i-implement sa gitna ng West Philippine Sea yung arbitral ruling? At kung sasagot po siya, ako po ay senador ng Pilipinas, galangin po niya ako. Kayo po yun, Undersecretary Eduardo De Vega.
Mabuhay po.
Hindi po nakakatawa.
Mabuhay po kayo. Mabuhay po kayo. Ang tanong nyo, paano niyo implement yung tribunal award? Tuloy natin i-implement yan in coordination with the other agencies. Kasi po, hindi lang DFA po nag-implement yan, kundi iba-ibang mga agencies. Yun ang sinabi na ating kalihim sa ng
6 na taon na po yan, hindi pa nyo na-implement.
Matagal po to dahil
Paano nga po nyo i-implement? Paano nga po nyo sinasabi na publisidad nyo? Galing nga ako doon, hindi naman lang nyo, nagpunta kami doon. Kasama ko mga mangingisda. Pinakita namin sa buong Pilipinas na kaya nating mangisda doon. Alam mo ba yon? Alam mo ba yon? Na naglagay din kami ng bandera ng Pilipinas.
Yeah, we are proud of you,
Islands.
Senator, all of us.
Okay. Senator Padilla, we hear you loud and clear. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs is here, and I understand your question.
I think there's just a misunderstanding. Senator Padilla, actually, USEC Ed helped us during the Duterte administration na balansehin talaga ang pagkaintindi nito. Mannerism niya lang talaga mag-smile. But Ed, tama ba? You meant no offense. Kasi sa video, para bang you were smiling and making light. But I think when you were saying the DFA and the will defend, you were making an assertion not in connection with the arbitral award. I mean, what I'm saying, Senator Padilla, dahil kilala mo naman ako, si Ed is very, what you call this, objective about the arbitral award, kung ano weakness at anong strength niya. So, Ed, was I correct? Kasi I'm also looking at the video, Ed, parang ang dating you were smirking at us at Senator Padilla, but I don't think you were. No?
Po. Hindi pa ako nag-smirk. Paumanin po, Senator Padilla. In fact,
Naintindihan na po natin. Salamat, Undersecretary De Vega.
So,
Thank you
just
for helping
Mr.
in the
Chair,
communication.
kaya lang
Senator
nakasmile
Cayetano, may we just clarify? Yes, ito po, no?
Kaya lang nakasmile, just on this issue, kaya lang nakasmile yan si Yusek. It was his birthday and the night before his birthday na positive siya sa COVID. So he's just happy to be out. I'm sorry if you felt that way, Senator Padilla, but I just want to say na I've worked with him. He's a jolly person, pero he didn't mean any offense, no? But if you would allow me, I'm going to those points regarding the award, its weakness, its strength, and I agree with Senator Padilla that if we're going to talk about that, we have to talk about other things, including Saba, including other things. So if I can continue on that point, no, on the West Philippine Sea, Madam Chair.
Proceed, Senator Cayetano. We take note of the comments of Senator Padilla. Thank you.
So first of all, Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that we have common values with the US, some with China, more siguro with the US, especially being a democratic, a republican form of government. The China has what it calls a different form of democracy. Having said that, do you agree with me that iba ang interest ng US, iba interest ng China, iba interest ng Philippines? No, it's just a matter of saan nag-intersect yung interest.
Yes, Senator, it's each country has its own interest. So that's the one we should always be cognizant of.
Yes. So sa point ni Senator Robin is that we will take our allies in good faith and their help is always acceptable. But we also recognize that hindi lahat ng allies natin exactly pareho ang interest sa atin.
Yes, exactly. We have to always be aware of that and always keep in mind our interests when dealing with them.
And President Trump made that clear to NATO, for example, diba, that they have a joint interest in the security of EU and of the European continent. But in terms of mas malaki ang binibigay ng US na pera kaso sa kanila, so he showed the interest of the United States to also strengthen their economy and asking their allies in NATO to spend more, no? Is an example, no? It might not be a great example, but it shows that you can have common interest, but each country will also has its individual unique interest to itself. Correct, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Senator. Oh.
While Senator Cayetano is offline, we just finished the issues of Senator Padilla so we can proceed with the other questions. No more. Okay, we'll just get back. Senator Padilla, your questions have been sufficiently answered.
Mahal na tagapangulo, doon na lang po sa plenary kasi hindi po ako makakuha talaga ng sagot. Okay lang po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Ako na ang sasagot sa inyo sa plenaryo po dahil ako po ang magde-defend ng kanilang budget. Hindi po tayo mag-antay hanggang plenaryo. Kung gusto nyo, mag-meeting po tayo kasama yung mga eksperto po sa DFA para po lahat ng inyong kasagutan sa anuman issue ng DFA, ako na po ang sasagot sa inyo. Pero sa tanong po nyo sa MDT, August 30, 1951, Article 2, in order more effectively to achieve the objective of this treaty, the parties separately and jointly by self-help and mutual aid will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. Yan po ay maliwanag sa MDT at tama po kayo na the MDT does not exist in isolation. That is why there is a 1999 Visiting Forces Agreement. And all of this can be discussed in a forum. In the meantime, we are discussing the budget. And what you were referring to was that why is it in their presentation they only have the application or information dissemination on the West Philippine Sea arbitral ruling? You're saying there should be more communication, information on the Mutual Defense Treaty and the VFA. Is that what you're saying? That's why we have the Philippine Visiting Forces Agreement Office, which is an attached agency, attached office of the DFA. Perhaps in your amendments, Mr. Senator, you would like to include EC as part of the DFA budget. So I will support you if you want to amend their budget to help them not just in the WPS arbitral ruling, but also in the MDT and the VFA. We have experts here. Another maritime expert is in Asik Henry Bensurto. Right, you will be able to answer this, and even our colleagues in the University of the Philippines can give us a briefing on this. But perhaps the whole afternoon, the whole day of hearing on the 1951 MDT and the 1999 VFA, the recent Hague ruling, this budget hearing may not be sufficient to address the concerns of Your Honor.
Mahal na tagapangulo, gano'n na nga po na kaparehas po ng sinabi po ninyo, talagang gano'n ang mangyayari kasi lahat po ito'y papel, eh. Papel lang po ito, lahat po ng sinabi niyo, pero sa mga naganap po, hindi naman po nangyari 'yan sapagkat katulad po ng sinabi ko kanina, yang Marawi Siege, naiwan po tayo sa ere diyan. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung sinasabi diyan na sinasabi ninyo na merong agreement, may ganito, pero tayo po malinaw na naiwan po tayo diyan sa Marawi Siege. Pangalawa, yaan pong sinasabi po nila na publisidad para sa West Philippine Sea, tinatanong ko lamang po kung paano nila mai-implement 'yan sa gitna ng dagat. Yun po, lahat po, kahit na po sabihin po natin lahat tungkol sa eksperto, eksperto dito, eksperto doon, ang tanong, nakarating na po ba sila doon sa gitna ng West Philippine Sea? Kaya ma'am, ang akin pong mahal na tagapangulo, dapat po natin 'tong pag-usapan at maging malinaw po. Kasi napakaganda po nung nagbibigay sila ng budget at humihingi sila ng budget para diyan sa public information ng West Philippine Sea. Pero sana yung gagamiting pera diyan na kukunin po natin sa taong bayan, magamit po sa tamang impormasyon na ang makikinabang yung mga kababayan natin sa grassroots. Sila po ang unang-unang dapat makaintindi nito. Dahil yun po ang pagkakaintindi ko sa sinabi nila kanina na kailangan maintindihan daw ng tao kung ano po ang nagaganap sa West Philippine Sea. At yung West Philippine Sea, hindi po pwedeng hindi mapag-usapan ang VFA, Visiting Forces Agreement, at ang Mutual Defense Treaty na nakalagay din po dyan na hindi tayo tutulungan ng Amerika hanggat hindi po pinapayagan ng kanilang Congress. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Thank you very much, Senator Padilla. Let me just state, of course, this is known by everybody. All foreign policy emanates from the president. And so, while we acknowledge and respect the foreign policies of the previous administration, we will also respect and appreciate and acknowledge the foreign policies with regards to various issues that we are discussing. And as we know, the implementation of the Hague arbitral ruling, while the DFA is the primary agency of government, of course, we have various government agencies, including the Department of National Defense, even the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and it's a whole nation and whole of society and whole of region approach because we're talking about geopolitics here and the security of our region. So it's not very easy and simple to answer these questions in this budget hearing, but we take note of your concerns. Thank you very much. And we also know that in the recent visit of the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, he described, I will reiterate what he said, the U.S. commitment to the MDT as ironclad, adding that an armed attack on Philippine armed forces, public vessels, or aircraft in the West Philippine Sea would invoke the U.S. mutual defense commitment under their treaty, but we realize it is a process. It is not automatic like a vending machine. This is a process. And this process, of course, entails congressional approval. Having said that, we proceed with the other questions on the budget. We thank you, Senator Padilla, for staying online. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Senator Cayetano, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. Medyo nagbabayad naman ako ng internet pero nandito ako sa Barrio part ng Taguig kaya nag-in and out. So if the Can you hear me or the internet is too hazy?
It's very clear. Please proceed, Secretary Cayetano. Thank you.
So I thank the secretary. So the point I wanted to make is that we should not be anti-China or anti-US or pro-China or pro-US. We have to be pro-Philippines because iba yung interest niyan. So I'll go to the second interest, di ba? Ano ba interest ng Amerika sa South China Sea, West Philippine Sea? Hindi ba? They do not recognize our territory, our territorial claims, and they are not a signatory to UNCLOS. Ang interest ng US is the freedom of navigation and the freedom of overflight, the commercial interest and the geopolitics, no? So will the secretary, you can reword it, secretary, but ang point ko is that iba ang stand natin pagdating sa territorial claims and claims natin under UNCLOS sa stand ng US vis-a-vis our territorial claims and UNCLOS.
Yes, Mr. Senator, yes, of course, the United States, their main concern, one of their main concern, well, first of all, they said they will not get involved in mga territorial disputes in the region. They've been quite clear that they have no stake in that. So they have made clear hindi sila may involved doon. But what they really, let's say in terms of the UNCLOS, even though they're not a member or even the arbitral award, is freedom of navigation. And they have consistently maintained that they have the right for freedom of navigation, which the arbitral award actually confirmed. So, main concern nila dito, and to ensure that, that the commerce and ships, etc., is unhampered. That's their main concern as far as the South China Sea. But of course, they have other strategic interests, which maybe I don't want to go into because I'm not
But I agree with you,
familiar with
Mr.
U.S. policy. But that is in terms of the South China Sea, it's freedom of navigation and air and sea. Concerning that.
And the strategic interest is also our interest in terms
Yes.
of common value of freedom and democracy, di ba?
Yeah.
So hindi naman din nagkakalayo sa ibang objective. But the point I have to make, Madam Chair, is compared to Japan, where nung tinanong si President Obama, will the Mutual Defense Treaty automatically be triggered sa, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Senkaku Islands, no? Ang dispute kasi doon is just between China and Japan, eh. But in our case, included din dito ang Vietnam at Malaysia, which I'll go to later. So the question I want to ask, especially bago lumabo yung internet ulit, no, kung lalabo man, Secretary, in the last 6 years during the time of President Duterte, did we lose a single square inch of territory or any feature in the West Philippine Sea to any other country?
Well, I would say that we would challenge any effort to deprive us of 1 square inch.
Yes. There's no doubt that both President Aquino and President Duterte fought for it. But ang tanong ko nga po, during Duterte's time, meron po bang unoccupied o occupied ng Pilipinas na nakuha ng kahit anong ibang bansa, kahit 1 square inch?
Anything occupied by us, we still occupy.
And anything unoccupied when Duterte came in is still unoccupied, correct?
It's still unoccupied. The main concern there were the artificial islands,
Yes.
which were.
But even the artificials po, no? Everyone is building where they are already, right? Taiwan, China, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam are building in areas where they were already there when Duterte became president. Tama po ba?
Yes, nandun na.
So ang point ko po, the Duterte strategy worked.
In the sense, yes, of improving relations with China, at the same time maintaining strong commitment with the U.S.
And preventing China or any other country from getting more of our territory or entering our EEZ.
Well, on entering EEZ, that's been a problem for us because
No, I mean on the features that are in the EEZ, not the
you mean the
EEZ.
features, yeah.
The
Well, the
features,
features perhaps because they built many new features, but wala tayong magagawa dun. But yes, there have been many incidents though within our EEZ, like yung sa mga fishermen. Ganun. Those have been ongoing.
But I'm only Lagoon during that time. It was when President Aquino and his administration brought in a gray ship, a military ship instead of a Coast Guard ship na naagaw yung Scarborough Shoal, di ba? So we'll not go into that too long because every administration faces a different challenge. Ayokong maliitin yung hinarap ni Secretary Del Rosario at ni President Aquino. Ang point ko lang po is that there are different strategies for different occasions, no? So it's not a matter of are we going to be more pro-US this administration or more pro-China. It's a matter of are we going to be pro-Philippines and what strategy will work for us. Tama po ba?
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Senator.
So the reason I'm saying that is instead of just promoting the arbitral award, shouldn't we be promoting, shouldn't we have, and this was suggested by Congressman Chiquiting Sagarbabria when he was chairperson of the West Philippine Sea Committee in the House, that we actually establish a West Philippine Sea office in DFA, and then the money will be put there, UNCLOS, our territorial rights, etc. No, Madam Chair, just to backtrack, no, we get our territory from the Treaty of Paris, historically, and then of course there were historical events after that. The U.S. does not recognize that. Ang sabi niya, yung lines dyan sa Treaty of Paris is demarcations and not lines of territory in the water. That's why when the several interest groups asked the president na baguhin na yung official map ng Pilipinas because we have signed the UNCLOS and we have filed the arbitral award, ang naging desisyon ng presidente hindi. Kasi nandiyan pa rin ang territorial claims, nandiyan nag-overlap pa sa ating economic rights, and masyadong mabigat na usapin to na dapat kasama ang Kongreso. So, Secretary, as you said, no, there are some strategic matters that should not be discussed in public, no? But let me ask you this question. In the last 12 years, how many protests have we filed against Vietnam or Malaysia as far as occupying parcels of features in our EEZ? Am I correct to say none? Or a general protest?
Yeah, could you just give me a second? I'll just check. A few seconds. I'll just check the figures. Huh? How many?
Sir, yung sa Vietnam, dalawa lang po. Yung Malaysia, ito po yung rest, 186. 184 China, 2 Vietnam.
Wait.
This one. It's a total.
And then how about for Malaysia?
Malaysia wala.
Okay. From our records I don't know the last 12 years, but what I have here is, for example, in 2022, we filed 2 protests against Vietnam.
Yes. Secretary, I'll tell you why, and we can clarify the numbers later on. Because when I was secretary, yun ang pinapalabas na pag hindi ka nag-protest sa China, mawawala na yung claim natin. And it is the quality of the protest, not the quantity. You can protest every day. I can protest and say na atin ang India or atin ang Ukraine. It will mean nothing. But I can protest once and give all of the international law evidence, facts, etc. So ang point ko po, Mr. Secretary, is that yes, may purpose ang mga protest, definitely. Pero dun sa mga nagsasabing mawawala claim natin pag hindi tayo protest ng protest, then yung tanong ko, bakit nung previous administration, hindi protest ang Malaysia at Vietnam? And for the record, Madam Chair, if you look at the data, no, there are 46 features occupied in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, no? 21 by Vietnam, 9 by the Philippines, 8 by China, 5 by Malaysia, and 1 from Taiwan. Inside our EEZ, 11 ang Vietnam, 5 ang Malaysia, 4 ang China, and 1 ang Taiwan. That's why my challenge to both Secretary Manalo and Ambassador Babe Romualdez is that if we say yes to a joint patrol with the US, as you said, Madam Chair, that is the call of the President in terms of foreign policy, but it is the call of the Senate to advocate one way or the other, and it is a citizen's right to bring out all of the facts. If the strategy is to use the US joint patrol to assert our rights, then they should also patrol very close to the features held by Vietnam and Malaysia, which I do not know if the US will do, because they're also trying to avoid having a discussion with Malaysia and Vietnam when it comes to the claims of the Philippines, no? So my point lang, Secretary, is that it's the quality of the protest at hindi nagpapabaya ang DFA, regardless kung sino ang secretary, if we don't always make a noisy, or let me put it another way. The protest is a strategic matter rather than one that will win or lose our claim. Or you may reward it, Secretary, just so that the public will understand the purpose of the protest, diplomatic protest.
Thank you. In fact, Senator, we have been recalibrating our note verbal strategy to maybe make less on standard protests and just make one omnibus protest, let's say, weekly. I think following your approach before when you were secretary.
Mr. Secretary, I will respect any approach. I'm just saying those who are commenting outside the DFA should not make it appear that pag walang protest, gini-give up na natin yung claim.
Yes.
Diba? So kung ang strategy natin is to be one with Vietnam and Malaysia in stopping muna any aggression, and we're not noisily protesting against each other, that's a strategy. But that doesn't mean we will...
No.
You. We'll just wait for them to come back.
On the mutual defense treaty lang, kasi sometimes we use it in relation to possibility of war. We mention it in the context of a possibility of war with another country, na meron tayong rest back. But unfortunately, if you look at the first whereas yata ng treaty na yan, it was really entered into to promote peace. So, I mean, kung pwede sana we stop mentioning that treaty in relation to or in the context of a possible dispute or war, kasi it was entered into to promote peace. Yun ang aking impression when I reread that treaty. So yun lang po tayo, just a word of advice to the DFA and to everybody else.
So,
Marami pa tayong tanong actually, pero yeah, mga sa apostille nga, sa passport, nabanggit na rin ni Senator Cayetano yun. Pero ito, one thing good, noon, there was a time, pandemic, ang dami request sa amin na for to intervention, for the DFA to expedite. Pero ngayon, napansin ko, wala na. No more requests of that nature. So, what has happened? Sige, give us the good news. What has happened on the passport front? Pero, sabi ng staff ko, she's so aligned there. Pero sa apostille naman daw, apostille line naman yun. So can you give us ayan na, sige, lang muna, let my question be pending. Nakabalik na po si Senator Alan. I give way, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I will end the question for this round, and because I think we've made the points, and I do agree that the Secretary is in the best position to make these decisions. I will file a diplomatic protest against Converge and Sky. Dalawa na internet ko dito, pareho pa rin nagloloko. Thank you to the minority leader for taking over every time na malabo yung internet ni Senator Robin and myself. Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Manalo, we wish you and the DFA family all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Thank you.
My question, give us the good news kasi kumonti na talaga yung requests for intervention. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I ask our head of consular office, Asik Bensurto, to reply?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. With the permission of the Secretary, tama po kayo doon sa passport po. As soon as the Secretary assumed office sometime in July, the first focus was really how to make the consular affairs be able to deliver service to the people in a more efficient way. Operationally, what that means is how can we broaden the number of appointment slots so that we're able to serve as many people on a day-to-day basis, and at the same time lessen the long queue po sa labas. So in that respect po, may I inform Your Honor po, what we have done in that context is to streamline the computer system so that we are able to broaden the number of slots. So by September, with that in mind, we were able to open something like 806 appointment slots up to December. In the past po, because of the computer system, as well as for other reasons such as pandemic, they have compressed the appointment slots to only 2 weeks po, and that essentially is one of the reasons why you had that long queue and hindi makakuha ng appointment slots. And so when we saw that as a problem, we immediately know what the solution was. And part of that solution is to tinker with the appointment system in the computer program. And so with that 800, for example, up to December, marami na pong nag-avail, but as of today or last night po, may natitira pa pong 300 slots and 300,000, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. So out of the 803,000, meron pang 300,000. But in the next few weeks, as we continue to modernize the system, we should be able to open another 300,000 po sa passport. In addition to that po, we also tinkered with the system to allow now the correction of errors. In the past po, the system does not allow the correction of the errors doon sa passport applicant, kahit na minor lang yung error. For example, sir, Your Honor, Henry Bensurto Jr., if there's no period, automatically you will not be allowed to proceed because there was a missing period. But then the encoder is not able to make the correction on the spot despite the fact that there are already documents to support that because the system does not allow. And as a consequence of that, yung tao, yung bayad niya nawawala, hindi niya na ma-recover, and balik uli siya dun sa hulihan, and he has to go through the step 1. And so this has also put pressure in the long queue. So to address that matter, we again work on the system to allow now the human person to make the necessary changes on the spot, provided there are sufficient documents to support the change. That has also contributed to the narrowing. We also, from the physical perspective po, if you go to the Asiana po office, what we have done also is to take out all the cars that occupy the parking space and allow that space to be used by people who are lining up outside, exposed to natural elements. And so the idea is that why should we prioritize machines over people? And so to reflect the idea that human beings are more important, we took out all of those cars, and now we have a space for people. And if there is a surge again, we would have the space and we will have the capacity to handle them. We continue to modify the system, and we will not stop. The hope is in the future, we should be able to move to the third generation passport, and by that, move into a contactless passport application. I myself just came from San Francisco and had a get together with the startup community with the possibility of having a smart application in the cell phone. So much so that passport application can be done through the smart application in the phone. But that's in the future po. But in addition to the things that the secretary and we have done, we have also increased the capacity in terms of courtesy lane privileges to people. Kasi po sa ngayon, there are two ways by which you can apply for passports, by appointment and also walk-in. So necessarily po, we thought the appointment should be there so that we're not able to waste the time of people. Instead of wasting time in a long queue, pupunta lang po sila doon sa designated time. In that way, they will be more productive in terms of their work. But at the same time, we are also cognizant na may mga emergency cases and there are sectors na marginalized. I'm referring to the persons with disabilities, the seniors, the pregnant women, the single mother, the minors. And so for this sector po, we have given so much privilege in terms of na walang appointment, walk-in, okay po, we will accommodate. And so we're able to increase the capacity po. Another thing po, we have continued the mobile passport po. The idea is instead of waiting for people to come to the consular, why don't we bring the consular or government to the people so that we're able to deliver the service. So meron po kaming mga mobile passport that we do.
Iba yan sa TAPS, iba yan.
Iba pa po. Yung TAPS naman po, we opened mga TAPS, 20, there are now 20, that only for purposes of renewal, hindi po first-time application. Ito po kasi, total meron na kami. The whole idea behind TAPS is that since we already have information and the database about the person, including the biometrics, siguro we are more confident to do this in a more routinary, mechanical way, and not much of a human intervention. So we're operating on that basis. We're able to process 500 applications a day for TAPS and a total of something like 10,000 po. So we're able to disperse. In fact, Your Honor, if I may, with your permission, wish to make a plea at this point po, if we could ask the Senate to give us the budget to continue the TAPS. Kasi po yung TAPS, they will end by December, and if there is no 136 million po or about, they will stop operating first day of January. So our hope, and this will impact 10,000 a day applicants po. And so we make the plea to your honors if 136 million could be granted again so that we're able to continue the 20 TAPS. Madam Chair, your honors, I also would like to make a plea. Earlier, there was a point by Senator Cayetano, and I'm very grateful that he raised the fact that our budget was cut. Actually, ang impact po ng cut na yun, the bulk of the cut will impact consular. Medyo theoretical, but let me try to operationalize the implication of that cut. What that means po is that some of the consular offices that we're projecting to put out, this is in addition to TAPS po, all over the Philippines po, archipelago, we have something like 37 consular offices. They do the passporting in regions na malayo sa Manila. If ang maapektuhan po yung aming abilidad magbukas ng bagong consular office. Second po, maapektuhan din po yung aming operation dito sa Manila kasi po maraming mawawalan ng trabaho. Dahil yung impact po nung cut na yun, yung mga contract of service that we recruited, including dun sa mga consular offices tsaka dito sa Asiana, dahil po sa cut, mawawalan po sila ng trabaho. So it will greatly impact the operation and the ability of the consular office to deliver efficient and effective service to the people. Babalik po tayo doon sa nakaraang scenario. Nabanggit niyo po, sir, Your Honor, yung still and we do apologize, nagkaroon po ng ganung problema in the past, but we're transitioning already po. Medyo inuna lang po nating passport. We're now transitioning sa apostille po. In fact, we're in the next few weeks, we will already transition into a more effective, modernized program to make the appointment system more efficient, Your Honor. So, konting pasensya lang po, Your Honor, but we are definitely focused in correcting all of this. It may take some time po, but I think in terms of what we have accomplished in the last 2 months, I think we're on the right track. And with your support po, and the restoration of the budget, we should be able to meet the expectation. And we will make a regular update po to you if you wish. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, kung ano man yung ginawa nilang kabutihan dun sa passport system, with just minor, by analogy, you can also apply them sa apostille system. Ito lang po yung worry kasi namin na-worry naman staff ko. Ang impression kasi sa taong bayan, meron parang may regular lane tayo, tapos may express lane tayo, you just add a certain amount, then naging express. So kami, common sense namin, ayan naman pala if you spend. So bakit yung express lane system, the expedited system, why don't you make that the ordinary system? Is that possible? Or?
Thank you, Your Honor, for raising that. In fact, that also is the goal. But at the moment, yung pong capacity to address all, kasi po, suma total po, for example, since January to June of this year, more than 2 million na po yung aming napoprocess na passports. Yung capacity po in terms of machines and then yung human resources, medyo hindi po siya sufficient to address all the 2 million. It can only address number or a percentage of that 2 million. So medyo hindi pa po nagtutugma yung resource capacity versus the demand. So for as long as wala pa pong parity, we're at that situation po. But what we do, recognizing that yung mga iba namang nag-a-apply, medyo hindi naman nila kailangan kagad versus meron namang nag-a-apply na kailangan ng emergency. So we adapt to those situations.
Thank you, Sec Bensurto, and we yes, you may have your lunch.
Aking point lang, ma'am, is not only addressed to the DFA but to all, to the entire government na kung pwede we lessen the distinction of the quality of service because of the payment. So we're making the distinction based on the financial capacity of the person needing the government service. So, ganda lang, basta general appeal lang. So, anyway, sinabi niyo na po, napapunta na rin kayo ron na the expedited process, you want it to be that is the ordinary process to be experienced by everybody. So, that's a good goal, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Yes, I know. And Secretary Manalo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to Asek Mansurto's, which I think he's explained what we're trying to do. We're also ready to provide updated information, let's say, to the Senate and the House on what reforms we're trying to make some passports, because we've been regularly asked, so we might as well regularize what innovations we're doing, and then if there are any comments, of course, we'll be in a better position to improve. Yeah.
Thank you. We thank you for staying with us for 4 hours. You can have your lunch. I'm sure it's cold lunch. I'm sorry for that kind of lunch. But let me just reiterate the building fund over 6 billion that I was requesting for. No, there was a conditional veto for the years 2016 and 2018, but we're not certain. That's why we're asking whether the funds have been reverted to Treasury or were they retained in DFA. If you're not in a position to answer it now, that's really okay. We will just appreciate receiving the feedback on that. Otherwise, because every year I was informed by the Senate LBRMO, the DFA asks for retrofitting budget, and I've always granted it, at least during my time. But I don't remember any construction being done in the DFA main building. So we are just wondering where the funds went. I'll repeat, 2.5B in 2016, 1.93B in 2017, and 1.323B 2018. So these were the years I chaired your budget. We want to know where the funds went or if they reverted to Treasury so that we can help you better. And I was just informed, this is just an administrative matter, but the staff were telling me when they followed it up with your office, sir, someone said that we have unreasonable demands. Let me state, please, to all agencies, including the DFA, when the staff who are working are requesting for information, if it's not readily available, we understand. We are asking for it not to make life difficult for you, it is to help you. Sinabihan lang po ako ng LBRMO na meron po kayong mga staff who claim that the Senate request for a report, which the chair mentioned this morning, mabilis kami, they follow up right away. At ang sabi daw sa kanila ng DFA, unreasonable. I don't know if the person who calls my request unreasonable is still in the room. Siguro po, pwedeng pagsabihan yung mga staff, hindi po kami nagpapahirap ng buhay. Opo, itong Senate LBRMO po, matatagal na pulong dekada na po dito. Hindi po hihingi ng impormasyon sa ahensya ng gobyerno para po pahirapan kayo. Kasi panahon ko nung nagbigay niyan. So gusto ko po, at ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng conditional veto? Baka naman natuloy. Baka nandyan yung pondo sa inyo, hindi nyo alam. Baka pwedeng gamitin para sa iba. At saka, naalala ko, hindi naman ginagawa yung DFA office, bigay kami ng bigay ng pondo. Saan napunta? Diba? So, hindi po unreasonable yung aming demand. Hindi ko alam kung sino nagsabi. Meron daw, tinawagan ba niyo sa telepono? Kayong magsalita dyan. Kayo nagsasabi sa akin, no, because they said, ma'am, we cannot give you the information because request for information is unreasonable. What? Who says it's unreasonable? The DFA, among the staff. Who's staff? Complete staff work. So, yun lang po ha. Clarity lang po para maganda ang ugnayan po ng ating mga opisina. Hindi kami nagpapahirap po ng buhay. Yeah. Okay. Let me just proceed with other questions. I said I was not going to ask, but I think I need to ask some questions. Small matters, but important. It's not small. Central Rizal, I think this was enacted by law under the Heritage Act. I think, do we still have Central Rizal in every consulate and embassy? And who is in charge? Is this the cultural diplomacy? And second, there's an Office for Public and Cultural Diplomacy. Do we not have Undersecretary for Cultural Diplomacy? Is this not, it's one of the pillars of our foreign affairs, foreign policy, right? Is there a USEC for diplomacy?
It's we had a USEC as a USEC Abella, the previous administration, but when I arrived, it was being headed now by an assistant secretary.
What are the four pillars? It's very basic. Para lang may i-reiterate po natin. Ano po yung four pillars?
The
Secretary.
Economic, the migrant workers, and
Economic. Who
security.
handles the economic aspect of foreign diplomacy?
Uwir.
Yes. Mahirap sabihin po yun. Umayir. Okay. So Umayir is the economic diplomacy aspect is covered by USEC Carlos Soreta. Okay, next. Economic diplomacy.
The migrant workers.
Migrant workers, of course, through the Assistance to National Fund, the office. ASEC po ang sa migrant workers, but
Undersecretary, si De Vega.
USEC Ed De Vega, yes, but there's an ASEC and there's a department for migrant workers.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so our foreign
And the-
nationals and Filipinos overseas, one of the pillars, we take care of them. Parang review lang tayo ng Foreign Relations 101, di ba? And then our economic diplomacy, it's a USEC.
The political and security, Yusek Lazaro.
Yes, USEC, a veteran, okay? A veteran USEC takes care of all our bilateral and multilateral relations.
ASEAN.
ASEAN and bilateral. Who takes care of multilateral relations?
Multilateral.
Under UMAIR. Okay.
Damn.
So it's all taken care of. The fourth pillar is cultural diplomacy.
Well, we also have USEC for admin and administration, HMR. So, yeah.
Pillars of our foreign policy, right?
Cultural.
Technically, actually, cultural has always been subsumed as part
No,
of the pillar.
I think in hearings in past years, we acknowledged the four pillars of our foreign policy. So am I mistaken? I've always thought that we considered the economic aspect. That includes, that's why I wanted to reiterate it so that we're on the same page. Cultural diplomacy is not one of the four pillars of foreign policy. No.
Well, now the
While in a presentation in the past years, it was. Did it change?
well, when I arrived, it was under my office now, the cultural office, the office of the secretary. So that's why it's an ASEC who is now heading it.
In previous presentations of the DFA, it was included. I'm not talking about USEC, ASEC here. I'm talking about the pillars of foreign policy. Cultural diplomacy is part of one of the four pillars of foreign policy, right?
Well, I think traditionally the cultural office was under public diplomacy, and that has always been under the office of the secretary. But it changed in the previous administration. They created they put an undersecretary in charge, the undersecretary of Delia. But then when he left, it reverted back to the office of the secretary.
I'm not even talking administrative in nature, but I'm speaking about the pillars of our foreign policy. And I believe and I know that in past years, in presentations, culture has always been one of the pillars of our foreign policy. And I thought that eventually, all through these years, it would at least deserve a USEC position than an office where public and cultural diplomacy are lodged together. What do you mean, sir, by public office? Public and cultural diplomacy. Public would mean media relations. When you say public,
Media.
the public is a Filipino people, but public would be media, right? Communications.
Basically media, yeah. So our
That is very different from cultural diplomacy. Connected because communications and media would communicate. Yes, so it's lodged together. Not that I'm interfering in the way the DFA is set up. Is it not time that we elevate the issue of culture into a bigger office, and so that public diplomacy and media and communications and IEC, which Senator Padilla and whether it's can do their job better, so that communications office where public diplomacy is explored on all traditional and online platforms can be focused on. And culture, UNESCO, culture is not. It covers so much. We can even engage China in culture diplomacy. As I said, there's many aspects of engaging other countries. It's just a suggestion that I think it would be a wise decision to have an undersecretary for cultural diplomacy. I say this because even the Senate in this term established the Committee on Culture and the Arts. Just now in my term, and I happen to chair that committee. I just believe that if we have an undersecretary for cultural diplomacy, we can engage all countries in cultural diplomacy and even provide access funding, provide jobs and livelihood, and have more people-to-people exchanges in culture. Because climate is part of culture. Dami nga ni. It's not just the traditional culture that we know of tangible arts and heritage. It's just a suggestion because I think many of the problems of this world can be solved if we engage people in more cultural people-to-people exchange. Thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, I actually don't have any problem. I would agree with that. In fact, in our strat plan, which hasn't been implemented fully yet, we've already proposed the creation of the separate Cultural Affairs Office, so no longer under me, under the Office of the Secretary. Perhaps with this, maybe we can just find out whether an additional budget would be needed, and we could easily also see whether, because in the Act, the Foreign Service Act, they put a limit to the number of undersecretaries, but I suppose we could always add an additional undersecretary if needed. So maybe we could explore these things and then make a proposal. But I think on the principle, I don't see any problem at all in having a separate office.
If you agree, I'm not the SFA. It's just one of my many advocacies, and I've always asked this of every budget hearing, and I always believed that public diplomacy, which covers media, communications, all of this, should be an independent office, should be strengthened because look at the questions of the senators, hindi raw naiintindihan ng mga tao, kailangang paliwanag, ang daming dapat, we must dissect and really simplify arbitral rulings, treaties, conventions, so that they understand, the 110 million Filipinos understand the work that we do that impacts on their daily lives. And so I also believe that cultural diplomacy can be a source of investments for a country, can be a source of jobs and livelihood for people, even overseas. That is why, under my watch, we initiated the Philippine Studies Program. When I saw a Facebook post of the Philippine ambassador to the UK, you just posted, I did not know you. Your dream, sana magkaroon ng Philippine Studies sa UK. I saw that. That was 5 years ago or more. And I was a senator, I reached out to you, and maybe years later, we had the Philippine Studies in SOAS when you were no longer the ambassador. But it was because of your Facebook post when you dreamt of having the Philippine Studies program. I'm just putting it on record because a simple comment of an ambassador was sensitive to that. Sabi ko, bakit nga wala? SOAS, tayo lang ang bansa sa ASEAN na walang Philippine Studies. So because of your post, Ambassador, baka hindi ko pa nakwento to, sabi ko, why is it that we don't have a Philippine Studies program? There's no information in the Philippines. Oh, I felt bad as a Filipino with a wealth of information. We're the only ASEAN country with no Philippine Studies. So we worked on it, and we had, starting 2017, 18, and eventually other posts were asking us to have Philippine Studies. Nanganak na nanganak, marami na. Of course, Secretary Locsin joined me in launching in Madrid, what was that university? And we had in Bochum, in Ruhr, we had Humboldt University, we had in Singapore, marami na. What I'm saying is that marami pang may gusto at nangangailangan at mahalaga yan sa mga Pilipino na may mga pamilya abroad, so they reconnect with the roots. So that sense of national pride, national unity, I think that's so important, especially with so much online information, so that when you have those studies, and Philippine studies is just one, ang dami pang kayang gawin. And I think this would be, if it's a creation of a USEC position with DBM, we can help you. If it's augmentation of your budget, that's a challenge. I'm no longer your chair, but I'm vice chair, but that's okay. We can convince. But I think it's really giving importance to culture. I'm sorry that I seem like I'm lecturing. I'm become passionate because sayang eh. I don't think we're maximizing it. And if every post, sir, could focus on that as well as climate, said this maybe 10 years ago in hearing. It was a time of Secretary Romulo. I even requested that each post know all the climate initiatives and possible assistance, technical or funding assistance for the Philippine government, for LGUs, for climate change adaptation, mitigation, environmental, biodiversity, etc. May I request the DFA to do something I've said 10 years ago, so that all posts will be climate engaged, all posts will be aware of cultural exchanges, which can be had not necessarily traveling, but even online. Even, let's say, for our teachers, upskilling our teachers, giving them opportunities for training, seminars, etc. That would be part of cultural diplomacy. It would be so exciting for your term, Mr. Secretary, if you would consider that humble proposal. And I would greatly appreciate it. And I'm certain my colleagues will support this. So climate engagement of every post and the possibility of having a USEC for cultural diplomacy, you believe it is possible. But if you can't do it, even just strengthening the office. Kasi po ang nangyayari, I'll be very honest, in the past years, if I don't make an amendment or think of programs, wala pong masyadong ginagawa. Wala pong masyadong maraming activities ang cultural diplomacy. For example, just bringing the Philippines back in the oldest contemporary art exhibition in the country, which is the Venice Biennale. Ambassador Nolasco knows this. When I posed the question in 2012 to the DFA in a hearing like this, ang tagal na nga pala, 10 taon, why are we not in the Venice Biennale? DFA and CCA answered, we're not. But since then, we've been back and we supported that through the NCCA, and DFA has been a great partner since 2015. But there's much, much more than that. And I think it has given inspiration, more than inspiration, to many of our artists. And I hope that the DFA can take the lead. It may not necessarily have to be a congressional initiative or a Senate amendment to do that. If you can have that 100-fold, we will support. So I requested for the building fund. We mentioned, Central Rizal has been answered. Not yet, no? That I mentioned about cultural diplomacy. Central Rizal is still existing.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Madam Chair, we have currently 37 Centros Rizal. The National Commission for Culture and the Arts oversees the Centro Rizal. So our foreign service posts that are interested in opening a Central Rizal can submit their application to NCCA through the DFA. But at the moment, there is currently a moratorium on Centro Rizal applications from posts. So we're not opening new ones at the moment.
Because of budgetary constraints.
It was a letter from NCCA dated 30 May. So as of 30 May, they declared a moratorium for now.
It's budgetary. And just to put on record my request, which during the briefing, Mr. Secretary, that I wanted to say, because the issue of POGOs is a national security issue, and I requested the DFA to assist the DOJ and the DILG, the PNP through the DILG, to provide the information of Chinese nationals who applied for a working or tourist visa since January of 2021 to the present, so that the database of all Chinese nationals from mainland China can be shared with DOJ and the PNP. I was informed that this information is available with the DFA because you are the grantee of the visas, of course, in Beijing. Or is it in Shanghai? Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think I'll ask Asek Bensur to reply, to respond. Okay.
Ask this because I was informed that the Bureau of Immigration may not have the information. I don't know how they don't have that, but they should, but otherwise the DFA would have. But all of those who were granted visas don't necessarily, may not have availed of it, but at least we have the whole universe of those who requested for visas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the permission of the Secretary, for the period that you requested, Madam Chair, something like 21,715 visas were issued to Chinese, but these are mostly 9A. Of these, something like 196 are actually 9G visas. So these are working visas. However, 9G visas does not necessarily indicate as POGO employees. We still have to do more extrapolation to filter who exactly ended up as being a POGO worker. But 9G essentially is a worker's visa, Madam Chair, and we have something like 196 po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So my office will find out which agency exactly would need the information. I think it's the PNP and the NBI. Immigration claims they don't have all the records. Anyway, they should.
Madam Chair, if I may on that, in fact, you are correct, Madam Chair. There's some gaps in terms of information. In the course of the last 3 or 4 weeks, we found this out. And so we're now exerting effort and have been coordinating with BID now. We're creating a mechanism by which we could exchange information and also to compare numbers. There are shortcomings on their part, but there are also on our part. And so there's a need for integration of systems, principally because when you use a passport, eventually when you arrive at a certain city or country, that passport will eventually have to be checked by the border security, who are the immigration officers. And so from that experience, we have now come to the senses that we cannot operate on a compartmentalized basis. There has to be an effort of integrating systems and interoperability. This includes database, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Secretary, who's in charge, which desk or which office is in charge of coordinating with the U.S. State Department on trafficking in persons? Is there any such office?
It would be essentially UMWA and also in coordination with our Office of American Affairs. But basically, it would be UMWA. It would be basically our UMWA, but our Office of American Affairs now then will also be involved.
This was a major issue also raised in the meeting of the senators and the U.S. ambassador, so that we could share information. We should make the law work, the expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act. Yes, so it's OMWA that's in charge. How are you? May I know what initiatives you're doing, what innovations? How are you helping implement the law? I know it's the police, it's the courts. There are cases lodged in the courts, but what is the participation of the DFA in the implementation of the anti-trafficking law? Thank you.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Ma'am, the DFA through UMWA is part of the interagencies IACAT. Kasama po dyan ang DOJ, BI, NBI, so forth and so PIDEA, and so forth and so on. And through the programs that the government has done, including prosecuting itong mga traffickers, pinaiigting natin yung mga in combating anti-human trafficking, our airport immigration departure formalities and so forth and so on. Naging tier 1 po uli ang Philippines, per the U.S. State Department report, and this means that the government has taken more than enough steps to fight human trafficking.
Thank you for that. Yes, we are tier one. That means we at least meet the standards so that tier one is supposed to be good, right? Is there any other tier higher than tier one? No.
That's it, ma'am.
That means we're
Pinakamataas na
already
yun.
meeting the standards, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But why is it in terms of tiers we're there, but we know it happens? It's very prevalent. So parang yung nangyayari sa ground, hindi yun. But maybe it's not, it's beyond you to answer that. I'm just positing that question.
But ma'am, sorry. Ma'am, ang sinasabi lang ng the U.S. State Department report, you're tier one, it doesn't mean that you don't have trafficking, but the state is doing enough, more than enough to fight itong mga ganitong klaseng kaso.
Okay. Yes. So the questions will never end, but I'll stop at that. I apologize for working through lunch with this, and it's not a very delicious lunch. But thank you so much. We therefore adjourn the meeting of the Committee on Finance on the DFA budget and consider your budget as approved, pending, of course, the requests on to help me defend the budget on plenary. In between now and the plenary, may I request that the requests of the other senators be given as well. And just kindly, you don't have to give a copy. Maybe if they have individual requests, just inform our office, Attorney Doblon and Sherry, Infant Mangunay. Her mother was with you. Yes, please inform us of the submissions to other senators' offices so that we are aware of it. And I will defend your budget. I'm not sure if I could augment it, but I think your submissions to DBM of the adjustments of the cost of living allowance is also essential. With that, we consider your budget as approved. Yes, Secretary.
Oh, I just wanted again to thank you, Madam Chair, for your full support for the DFA budget, and to also assure you that the requests made this morning for additional information or we will certainly submit. And also, again, to say that we're very happy with the way the hearing was conducted, and I think in many ways you've also helped us learn a bit more of what we need to do to improve. But again, to thank you very much. And could I just on a side, I don't know if you heard me when I mentioned, but also to thank you very much for your support for our retirement bill for the DFA, the retirement bill for the DFA. I heard you filed it and okay. Anyway, to thank you also for that support.
Last, since you mentioned about bills, the cultural mapping legislation, is it pending with them? They're supposed to share with us, during the briefing, there was a suggestion to file a bill on cultural mapping, right? And the draft was supposed, they already shared it with us? Nag-file na. Okay, fine. So the DFA bill on retirement, I filed it already, right? It's pending. Let's follow up so that it's enacted into law. Okay. We have to find a counterpart in the House to file it. It won't be difficult to do that. Okay? Thank you, Secretary. Nandiyan pa si Senator Padilla. Senator Robin, nandiyan pa po kayo. Magpapaalam na kami.
Opo, mahal na tagapangulo. Ako po ay kaparehas po ninyo. Sinusuportahan po natin ang Department of Foreign Affairs at ako po ay naka-experience din ng kanilang magaling na pag-aalaga. Nung ako po ay na-ospital sa Espanya, inalagaan po ako ng ating ambassador doon. Kaya ako po ay nakasuporta at yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
With that, we thank the DFA and the LBRMO. Paalala lang po, hindi po kami nagpapahirap ng buhay pag humihingi ng mga inputs. Kami dito para tumulong sa inyo. May mga nagsumbong dito eh. Yeah. Okay. But Secretary, congratulations again on your confirmation. And yes, to all our valiant heroes, not just the OFWs, but also the frontliners of the DFA deployed in many parts of the globe. So we're here to help. Thank you.